餅でもねえわけではないが。
Okay, are you ready? Are you ready for the knee? Let's go. Let's get into it. Hi everybody. It's so good to see you. I've missed you guys so much. Even though I haven't been live since like Tuesday. I'm so sorry. Hello, can you guys hear me okay? Are we good? Let me know if we're good. I don't know why it looks so dark in here. Like I have like all the same amount of lighting as usual. Oh, I know why. It's because my monitor brightness isn't that high. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's so much better. Thank you for the head pats. I really need them today. How are y'all doing? I've had this outfit for like over a year. I don't know why I've never decided to wear it until now. I don't know. It was just like one of those things. And it matches my OC like so closely. So yeah, I actually do have like a moon choker, but it's like buried in my drawer. I was kind of lazy to like get it. Hello, welcome. How am I doing? Oh boy, it's been a week. It's been a fucking week. I don't know. We'll talk about that soon. I mean, yeah, it's just been a whole thing. But I do want to chill with you guys and relax. I don't want this to be like, I don't know, a negative Nelly show. Even though I don't really think it's gonna be, just because like, yeah, it's hello. Where you at? Weren't you at last stream though? Like, were you at last stream? I actually do have a bow I could like put on this. I don't know. Let me know if you want me to like add a bow. And I will. But yeah. So I'm a little bit scatterbrained because this past week and a half has been a lot on me. There's just been like a lot. I don't want to say like a lot, but like I kind of went through some unexpected things that I wasn't really expecting to deal with. And we're going to talk about that a bit today. And it's just really taken like a lot of my energy. I mean, I'm feeling a lot better now. But yeah, I also had to I'm not gonna say too much on it, but like, and then like another thing happened, and like I already, like, just to be safe, I already started writing like another Google Doc on something like completely different, which I hope I don't have to put out. That's all I'm gonna say. But anyway, Yeah, I mean we've been going through it. Next week I'm going to be back on my typical 3-day-a-week schedule for Twitch, and then the next week I'll probably be streaming 4 days a week next week, doing our special Super Say So stream the next Friday, not this coming Friday, but like the next Friday, like after that, because I do want to stream on there more, just like a little bit more, but not as like much as I do on Twitch, but yeah. So I'm a little bit scatterbrained. I'm going to just preface that. I know I already like said that. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you. What do you call it? I also have my iPad in case you guys want to see me doodle stuff, because you know I'm like such an amazing artist. I'm like so amazing, and all that. But yeah, we're gonna chill for a bit, and then I'm going to get into some interesting stuff. I don't normally like talk about this sort of stuff on my channel, on Twitter. I'm just if you know me, even though I could be a hot mess on Twitch, you know, I don't really, thank you so much. Thank you. I don't get involved in a lot of things, especially things that go on in the VTuber community. Like, I don't really... Yeah, that's for a good reason. I mean, sure, I can insert myself into conversations that arise, but I don't feel it's necessary. Like, it's like not worth my energy, you know, especially if it has like nothing to do with me. But I had to unfortunately get involved in something last week because yeah, I'll tell you that whole story of like how the thing I put out with the other girls even happened. Like, this was just so out of the blue. Like, no pun intended, guys. But it was just kind of like I was catapulted into this thing, but it's totally okay because I ended up I can't English. I'm starting to do combined words. I got to release like over a year's worth of stuff I've been holding in, and I also got to help other girls who are going through what they're going through right now, so it was totally worth it, honestly. Even though my brain's fucking tired, and like I already had to start writing another Google Doc on somebody else completely unrelated, and hopefully they chill the fuck out and I won't have to put it out. Yeah, anyway, I'm just tired of dealing with weird people. Like, can people just be like fucking normal? Like, listen, I'm far from normal, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm not normal, but I don't go and try to cause problems for people. Like, I'm far from that, but you know, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not out here trying to, like, I don't know. I'm just trying to be silly. I do stupid stuff, but it's directed towards myself. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, this week has been something else. But how have you guys been? Have you had a good weekend? Yeah, I definitely had to like take a Xanax like last night. I'm just like, I have not been sleeping the past few nights because I've just been so busy. I'm like trying to stay like updated with peeps on just like what's happening right now. But I'm good. I actually got enough sleep yesterday, so I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Relatively well. Yeah, that's good. I cooked real food today. Like, I actually cooked. I made dumplings in a pan. So that was good. Spoiler alert, I got them from the store. I didn't hand make them. Like, I don't have time for that. Not today. I do want to try. They were plant-based dumplings. Because I don't eat most meat. And yeah, I cooked. Are you like shocked or something? Yeah, no, you know, I just like really felt like cooking. Like, I just didn't want to eat like junk food. Like, so I'm just like, you know what, I'm gonna cook some plant-based dumplings and I'm gonna enjoy them. It's gonna be so tasty. They're really good. I don't remember what I had earlier today, but that was like the last thing I had. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I had like a breakfast bowl. Yeah, that's what I had like in the morning. Yep. So listen, here's the thing about me, okay? Since you mentioned that, I Dusty, here's the thing about me. So you won't ever find me subtweeting on Twitter. Like, if I have such a problem with someone and I've gone to them first and they're not correcting the issue, that won't lead to a subtweet. That will lead to a Google Doc, depending on how bad it is. That's just the type of person I am. Like, I only subtweet, quote unquote, if it's not to do with like a specific individual. If it's like a whole group of people just like lumped together, like, oh, I don't know, I can't stand emotional manipulators. Notice the plural on that word. I'm not singling out anybody. But the thing is, like, if I have such an issue with somebody, I'm going to deal with it. Like, as scary as it is, it's like, listen, it takes me a lot to dislike you. It takes me a lot to hate you. It really takes me a lot to hate somebody. But let alone it takes me a lot to dislike somebody. And like the first few times, like if someone does something to upset me and I directly tell them, like, it's taken me years to become not as afraid of speaking my mind, because I don't like confrontation. I really don't. It scares me. The thought of like having an argument with somebody scares me. But as I've learned in my youth, if you bottle things up, you're going to explode later, and it's going to be so much worse than dealing with whatever upsets you in the moment, like right away, because it's gonna be that thing, and then it's gonna be another thing, and then it's gonna be another thing, and then you're just gonna explode, and it's just gonna be so much worse than it is. I forgot what I was saying, but I guess I was saying, like, if I have a problem with somebody, like if it's a friend, I tell them, like, hey, you did a thing and I didn't like it made me uncomfortable, or it made me XYZ, and if they acknowledge it, that's awesome. But if they keep doing thing and they don't listen, depending on the severity, they either get ghosted, aka no contact. That's what a no contact is. A lot of people like to throw around the word ghosting, you know, but that's no contacting in that case. Like, I personally feel like ghosting is like when nothing is wrong, when there hasn't been like a confrontation, where there hasn't been like lots of confrontations over a period of time, and you just stop talking to someone. Like, you know, sometimes like people just get really busy and they don't mean to ghost you, but if you're literally making the decision to no contact somebody because of stuff they've done to you, that's not really ghosting, even though on the other recipient's end, that's ghosting. I don't know if I'm making any sense. But anyway, I don't even know what I was talking about. You guys are gonna have to like give me a refresher. I think just like, you know, if I have a problem with somebody, I'm just going to tell them. And oh yeah, depending on the severity, they're either getting no contacted and blocked, or no contacting blocked and a Google document on them. So that's just typically how it goes. Like, if they try to keep escalating stuff after I've blocked them and make my life like a living nightmare, yeah, no, you're getting a Google Doc. And unfortunately, I did deal with something lately that I didn't think I would even get the chance to write a Google Doc on, because it was business related. I don't typically like to put out like business drama into the open, because I feel like it can come back to bite me, even if I'm 100% in the right. But the fact that there are other people, specifically other women who went through what I went through, I felt less afraid to get involved, because it's not just me putting out a Google Doc on somebody that I've had business with. So, you guys may or may not, I need to breathe. You guys may or may not have seen on Twitter, but a few days ago, I responded to a tweet from a VTuber named Plotty, who put out this giant statement and a Google Doc, which I contributed to, about a manager who I unfortunately had to deal with over a year and a half ago. And I've gone through several shitty manager experiences. Like, being an indie is kind of like a nightmare, especially when you hit a point of growth, when you're just like, I can't girl boss this anymore. I need help. I'm baby. I need help. I can't do everything by myself. It becomes really hard. And you kind of debate, like, do I go into a corpo? Do I not? Do I just try to stick it out as an indie? Do I try to build my own team, which is what I've done because I'm so tired of going through the shitty manager experience. So I just kind of try to scout out people to help me and help me get things done, because it's just I've gone through this too many times. One time, okay, that's whatever. 2 times is like more than enough to go through something. I do, but I'm going to keep that redacted, just information, because yeah, things have been chill and I've been enjoying just having that having peace for once in my life. With that sort of stuff. But yeah, anyway, being a VTuber is something else, and I don't know, I've talked about it a few times in my career. I've kind of like I've thrown out, I don't want to say like I've dissed VTubing, but I've definitely made some remarks in the past like, ugh, like don't be a VTuber, just don't do it, just please don't do it. Especially really think about what you're getting into, because it's, I don't know, it's just, I don't know why, I just feel like VTubing culture is just, it's different from just like IRL streamers streaming. Like sure, people have like their own set of like, I feel like, yeah, people have like their own set of like issues and stuff, but I don't know, I feel like it's just like in the VTuber community, I just feel like there's like, oh, there's something happening like every week, honestly, like every day almost. There's like a new thing like every day. But you know, there are parts of VTubing that I do love and I've grown to love over the years. Yeah, it's given, there's so much there's so much options for creativity, especially like you can have like a moving model and stuff. You could use it for videos, you can use it to make like skits, like, you could use it for so much content, like especially if, you know, you don't feel like getting out of bed and filming your face or like changing into like cute clothes. You could just use your model and like make a bunch of content. It's like really nifty. But behind that, and I always fuck up this word, behind that anonymity, behind the anonymous nature of VTubing, I feel, because there's a lot of like anonymous stuff, people think, oh, they could get away with shit. So yeah. Listen, I've gone through this before. I literally have to change out of pajamas. Ah, what? Wait, what? What the fuck? Empties, thank you. Thank you so much. You broke me. Oh, you broke me. Thank you. I give you kisses. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ulu. I really wasn't expecting that, and I lost my train of thought, but it's fine. It's fine. Hold on, I forgot to put my going live sign on my door. So let me do that before I get interrupted. Okay, 1 sec. You guys are insane. Thank you so much. Hendies, thank you. Thank you. I really, you do it at the times I like never expect it. Thank you. It's a lot to 100 gift subs. I'm surprised it didn't just go into like an automatic hype chain. It says it says hype chain starting. I lied, I'm still a little bit tired, but it's okay. It's good. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I'm just gonna turn off my alerts for a second because that's just gonna keep going off. So I don't know if I should just like go right into stuff, or if you guys just want me to like chat about like random stuff. Cause yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous. I typically don't hold these kind of streams. I don't really hold like tea streams. I've always said growing up the only tea I get involved is literally drinking tea, like actual tea. Cause I don't know, I'm not really a tea culture girly, but this is like, I feel like this is kind of necessary. Oh my god, the alerts are still going off. I'm just gonna give that like a minute. Yeah, okay, you know what? Yeah, I'll do what I feel today. I'll do what I feel. I'm not gonna spend a whole ton of time on this topic. just because I don't know, it's nerve-wracking, and I feel like I kind of said everything I needed to say, and I'll probably link you guys the document to look at. So yeah, I'll do that. Like, we can look at it together once I start talking about it. I'll also screen share it too. But I just want to say, like, thank you guys so much for just like supporting me throughout these years. Like, I'll be straight up with you guys. Like, I've come so close to like quitting. Like, if I ever did like quote unquote quit, it just wouldn't be using my model at all. Like, it would just be flesh tuber streams. I would just kind of be like a flesh tuber, basically. That's such a weird word. I've never liked that word. It makes me feel icky. I don't know. But yeah, like that's kind of, I got very, very close to doing that, and that was even before the stuff that just released. When I put out my initial statement like a few months ago that I was trying to, what do you call it? I don't know. I wasn't sure if I wanted to continue VTubing. It was like an amalgamation of things, and one of the things that went out a few days ago is unfortunately one of the things I was talking about when I mentioned, yeah, going through bad management has really just it's left a mark, unfortunately. And then, like, I guess the straw that broke the camel's back was the stuff that I went through towards the end of 2024, from October to November. We're not going to talk about that because that's completely unrelated, and I already got it out there before. But I found what works for me personally, what has helped me through these times where I felt like I couldn't do it anymore, is the setup that I have right now, like having my model, having me here. Like, my model doesn't go to waste. I've spent quite a lot of money on the rigging, on the art for this model. Like, I figured out something that works for me. And like, listen, I know it's not for everybody, but the fact that I've been able to cultivate an even stronger fan base, just not giving a shit and just doing things how I want to do them, it means more than I could put to words, especially through these difficult times. I don't really like to talk about my issues, like, especially online. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be like going into like detail. I say that for like any content creator. Like, here's your Emoto Baba advice for the day. If you're going through something, be very vague in general about it. Have good ospec, I don't know. People could be mad creepy, and like you'd be surprised at like what they could try to find with like what little information you give. So you just gotta be careful. Anyway, we like my model. Thank you. Okay, I guess I don't know. Should I get into stuff? I don't know. I'm a little nervous. Oh no, I need encouragement, guys. I need encouragement. I'm feeling kind of nervous. Thank you, you guys are too nice to me. I got a bunch of new Lolita dresses, and I was debating wearing like one of my new dresses today, but I don't know. I kind of felt in the mood to wear this one because putting on those like heavy dresses is kind of like work, especially if I want to wear the petticoat. It's just like a lot of stuff. I don't know. I just kind of want to dress light today, especially if I'm gonna be like kind of using my brain a lot. I don't know. I kind of want to be comfortable. No, you guys could be stinky, especially you, Akuma. So, yeah, no. Thank you. If you would like to claim me as your Oshi, here are my Oshi marks. By doing this, you tell me that I am forever yours. You are forever mine. And you make me have a braingasm. I always get super happy whenever I see a new person on Twitter using them. And makes me happy. Thank you. And I usually try to be like, oh my god, new Oni Oshi user, or whatever. I forget what I say. Moo, 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 moo. I'm your Kami Oshi? Oh my goodness, yay! Does that mean like I'm your #1 Oshi? That's what that means, right? I hope I'm understanding that correctly. If you'd ever like to give me fan art, as like fan art makes like my whole entire week, check out my Twitter. My fan art tag's here. It's in my bio. You lost after training. What were you training for? Like, what were you doing? Both sets. Hell yeah. Yeah, I got bonus Oshi marks. If you want to know about them, here you go. Oh, wait. There you go. There's more info on how to officially be like a Kami Oni-chan in my community. And that's how you could do it. Very simple steps, but I know you guys are wondering about stuff and all that, and I guess I'll go into it, and then I'll show you guys some of the document, give my opinion on some of the other girl stuff. You did? Was it in my server? Because I didn't get a chance to really go through my server. Also, if you're making me fan art, I super duper duper appreciate if you're putting in my fan art tag. It's been super empty right now, even though I've been getting a bunch on my Discord. So if you make me stuff, please put it on my Twitter. I love to brag and show everyone, like, look at what my Oni-chan community did for me. Look how much art they give me. But anyway, we have to get serious. We have to get serious. Get serious. Are you feeling serious yet? Are you feeling serious? Okay, so we're gonna do a poll right now. I'm gonna start it, so mods, you don't have to do it. Okay, this is the poll. Who has read the T-Doc? I don't want to say T-Doc. Who has read the document on Twitter? Okay, we'll start off with this first. Me. Because this will kind of gauge like how much I have to actually show it. Yeah. Okay. So I'll let you guys vote on that first. Well, that's a meme. What isn't a meme nowadays? I just feel like everything is like a meme. Like, I don't know. We can't escape from everything being memeified. Is that a word? Well, it's a word now. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I'm a walking meme circus. Yeah, that's me in a nutshell. I'm not even a clown. I'm just the whole circus. Yeah, I guess people make me memes in my server. Like, I don't know. I've seen interesting memes. Some things that I just have no comment to. Alright, this poll's gonna end. I'm a little bit scared to know if it's like... I don't know. Why am I scared? Okay, that's kind of what I expected. I'm gonna be showing the document anyway. But yes, you guys are all a meme. You're my meme. Okie dokie. Well, I guess I'll go into it. Like, I'm not gonna go super into depth with my stuff because it kind of already put it all out there, and I'll be linking it. And I'll link it in a few minutes, but thank you. I tried to do cryptocurrency once. I don't talk about that because that was a mistake. Thankfully, I didn't put a lot. I think I did Dogecoin. Have you guys ever tried like cryptocurrency? Because I don't know. Don't do it unless you really know what you're doing. Just don't do it. I didn't know what I was doing. I did it when there was like a lot of hype. One of my close friends around me was like, "You should totally do it." I just did it, like, and I just kind of did it. Meme cons. Yeah. I've never got involved in NFTs, nor do I ever want to get involved in NFTs. Like, that just, oh no, not about that. It just seems hella sketchy. I don't know. I invested in Dogecoin in like 2021. Yeah. I lost all my money. It's fine though. I've only invested in like $100, so like just to test the waters. And I was like, okay, yep. I didn't know what I was doing. Crypto is a scam. I think as long as you know what you're doing with it, you could actually get something out of it, but it's definitely a scam if you don't know what you're doing. Like me, I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah. I'm never gonna be doing that again. Maybe if I learn about them, I'll invest in like stocks. But yeah, that's the only thing I've ever like. Okay. Should we get serious? I don't know. Do we get serious? Should we get serious? Do I put up this document now? Okay, we'll wait to do that. We'll wait. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. Oh no. No. I'm just gonna wait for a mod to get that, what was just asked. And yeah, don't ask me those kind of things here. Read my rules. Anyway, are people done being weird? Because I just want to get into this. I read NASCAR as Nectar, and then I thought of that awful SpongeBob meme, "We have come for your nectar." Please tell me I'm not the only one that's seen it. Oh my god. Please tell me I'm not the only one, okay? Alright. You think I could do this? Alright, I think I could do it. I know that's why you all came here. You came here for the tea. No, I'm just kidding. You came here for me. O-N-T. Okay! So I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna synopsisize everything. Alright? So I have been a VTuber. I don't know what to do with my arms. I'll just put them here. I'll just lock myself in. I'll just chair bondage myself so I stop moving. Okay. I need to stop fidgeting. So as you know, I've been a VTuber since 2020. My 5-year anniversary is coming up in May 16th. I'm scared. Cause I don't even know what I'm doing yet for my 5-year anniversary. I'll figure it out. But anyway, I've been doing this for a while. And VTubing is different. It's just, I don't know, man, it's different. I've been doing YouTube like for a very long time, and like I've never had any help or sort of like management for YouTube. The only thing I've had is in like late 2020, like, or no, 2022, like finally getting like seasoned video editors, because for the longest time I would just edit all my own videos and face burnout, because I would also have to teach myself how to use Sony Vegas, and that was the whole thing. But anyway, I'm rambling like too much. But yeah, I've been doing the YouTube thing for a while. I never really planned on becoming a streamer. I've said it so many times. But it just kind of happened. Just kind of got into VTubing, streaming. And over the years, I've been doing a lot. Whether it's TikTok content, which I don't really do anymore. I might pick it back up again soon. Twitter content, YouTube content. Just a lot of like content, you know? And I wasn't really seeing the results. I was working my ass off, and I was seeing other people grow around me, and it's like, I don't get it. Like, I got the stuff. Where's my growth? And I learned what the secret sauce is. Do you want to know what the secret sauce is? It's not about all the content you put out. Yes, it's about quality over quantity. But do you want to know what it is? I'll let you guys take a hint. What do you think the secret sauce is to growing as a content creator? Sure, being consistent, having good content is good, but there's another element. It's not luck. Yes, luck could be a factor. Nope. Nope. Well, yes, be yourself always, regardless of the outcome. Thank you so much. All right. I'll give you a hint. It involves a person. What type of person can really help you to grow if they know what they're doing? Yes, collabs help. They do help. Manager, there you go. What I've noticed is a lot of redacted VTubers that I'm not going to mention had good-ass management, had people doing social media marketing, organizing collabs, like researching what's trending, so you don't have to do all that as a creator. All you would have to do, if you have a proper management or a team, is just get the information from that manager and make the content. All of that other stuff that you would be girl bossing or boy bossing by yourself is taken care of, and all you gotta do is do the thing you're best at, is make the content. And that's the secret sauce that I was like, oh, okay. All of these peoples are either in corpos or they have good managers. It's not because I'm not putting out enough work or doing enough. I just don't have the right person to really help keep me snowballing, like having things snowball and stuff. So in 2021, I got an email from a corporation, which I should have trusted my gut, but at the time my roommate was like, you know, I think you should take this. She really looked into it. She's like, I think it could be good for you. I'm like, yeah, well, I don't know. They've never booted up as a company. So I got an email from a company that was opening up a VTuber agency, and they didn't have an agency set up, or they haven't debuted, which was kind of a flag for me. But the thing is, we all start from zero, so I tried to be open-minded, like, okay, well, maybe they have a lot of money for funding, maybe they have like a lot of like managers that help like past people that know what they're doing. So I wasted like over a year in this agency that never picked up. They took 20% of my cut for a year. I went through one horrible manager who, like, the memory is just so vague right now that I just don't even care. And then I had another manager who I'm actually friends with, but she doesn't manage me. She's more of a creative than a manager, who filled my place when this guy got like fired when I was in this agency. But yeah, that time I was not onii. I was in a company that never booted. I've told this story a few times. Yup, that's the lesson I learned. Don't do it. Just don't do it. And so I'm not going to talk too much about this person, especially because they might still watch me from time to time. What do you call it? I had a mutual on Twitter that wanted to like collaborate with me a bit, and they could tell I was looking for management, and they're like, hey, I could be your manager. And TLDR, they scammed me and didn't do anything of what they said they were gonna do. Constantly openly put other talents before me, be like, oh, look what I'm doing for so and so, while they weren't doing anything of what they said for me. Yeah, I did talk a little bit about that in my document in the screenshots with this manager we're going to talk about in a moment. Like, that's all mentioned there. I'm not going to go into so much into this manager because it's not really the point of this stream. Already, like 2 burns, and I'm just tired. I think there was even like another one in there. In the company, I had like another manager that I briefly had. Anyway, so yeah, it's 2023, and I'm tired. I just went through another awful manager experience, which I should have tackled back then, but I didn't have the balls. Also, this person was threatening me and saying like, well, not threatening me, but like indirectly threatening me before like shit kind of went down to like, yeah, I've had people try to cancel me before, but I know big people that have always got me out of it and ended up canceling the person trying to do the canceling. So I feel like they said that to me to make me scared. So if they ever did do shady shit to me, which they ended up, they said some worse toxic things to me. I'll tell you what they said in a moment. Then we're gonna move on to like the current manager, well, previous manager I dealt with. Yeah, like they said that to me, and I feel like it was to scare me. So like if they did do shit to me, which they did, like I would be too scared to do anything. So I feel like if I ever call my last manager out, since they claim to have like big connections, they've also rebranded a bunch of times, which is like a red flag. I'm gonna see if other people have experiences on them, because hell no, I am not doing that alone. Blink, 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 blink. Yeah, I don't know. I can tell you like one of the weird stuff they said to me back then, but anyway, I just want to keep it linear and keep it going. Go to the next story. And what led me to just being I don't know, basically being like a hybrid VTuber. I need water. So I decided in 2023 I needed to take a different approach to finding a manager. It can't just be some random person. It can't just be some Twitter person reaching out to me. This time, I have to do animal noises. Oink, 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 moo, moo, moo. I'm just gonna turn those off for now while I'm talking, because I don't want to get distracted. I'll put them back on later in the stream. Okay, so I decided in 2023, what do you call it? No, I haven't. I was nano knee like literally once. I've always been little knee. Anyway. I am just like, there's something wrong with what I'm doing. I keep landing to the same shit over and over again. What am I doing wrong? And I realized it was, you know, trying to take like any opportunity that I can get, if it's like someone with no background or just someone on Twitter. And I was like, all right, me, think. Think about people, you know, think about mutuals. Okay, you have to be really specific with me. So you may or may not know, I have autism. You need to be very specific with me. And that's an issue I've also like dealt with this manager too. But there's so many different things, like I don't even know where to begin. I thought I turned off puppy barks. What the fuck? Why are people still able to redeem them? Alright, hold on. Okay. Arf. Okay, there. There. So, I thought about some people I knew that were starting to really pop off, and they clearly had like a whole team behind them. So I had a friend of mine who knew this person, was a mod for this person, and I asked him, hey, do you know who happens to manage her or know anyone similar? Because I thought, okay, if I think about people this time who actually have good management, I'll be led into the right direction, right? So anyway, my friend introduced me to this guy Shino, which I'm going to briefly talk about. And that's where this whole saga begins. Oh my god, like... Yep, I thought, oh, maybe this time if I do some research and, I don't know, try to actually be guided to good management, it will happen, right? And that's why this fucking sucks so much, because I feel like this really could have been a good thing. I knew a bunch of people, not a bunch, I knew like a few people that were in Flask, which Flask is suffering right now. I'm going to keep them redacted. They're two pretty big people. One of them is no longer in Flask anymore. We're not going to get into why. But yeah, it's like, okay, clearly this company, or agency, I should rather say, they know what they're doing, and this is a good thing. And so Shino expressed interest in me right off the bat, and immediately I told him my whole manager history. And maybe I shouldn't have done that, because maybe that's what led me to getting hurt. I'm probably, if I ever do get the opportunity to have like a really, really good manager, I do kind of have like a manager right now, but it's not like a full-time thing. But I'm probably just not gonna tell them my history, because I don't know, I'm just really tired of dealing with the same stuff over and over again. But what do you call it? I don't know. I told this dude from the beginning my whole history, how I've just been like so screwed over by every manager that's worked with me, have been scammed, put on the back burner, you know, all this stuff that unfortunately has happened to me again. In this document, if you would like to look at it before I go into it a little bit with you guys and give my opinions on just some of the stuff the other talents went through, by all means, yeah, by all means. But yeah, no, I was abundantly clear from the beginning, hey, please have time for me, if you're interested in working together, because I'm just really tired of people taking me on and not having time for me, and then just leaving me to rot, just over and over again. Yeah, and there's a reason why I'm really stressing this, because this is very important for later on in the document. I think now we should probably go into it and just skim through it. Again, I'm not gonna go through every single thing in the document, but I'm just gonna kind of paraphrase things. So this guy, Shino, agreed to manage me, and we were very excited to work together. he had to do a background check on me, like his agency. Never really had anyone do a background check on me before. That was a little bit intimidating, but I'm like, I got nothing to hide. I've never been involved in any drama. You know, I just make silly videos, and they did the background check, and they approved me, and Chino said we would do a 3-month trial starter contract to see how I like being in Flash before I have to commit to an actual like year-long contract, which I really like the idea of, because it's like, it would suck to be stuck in a contract for a year and you don't like the service or, you know, the agency or whatever. So I was really down for that idea, and we were gonna start right away, but unfortunately something did happen to Shino, which I'm not going to talk about. My heart really felt for him so much when this had happened, and my patience was very present, and it was definitely taken advantage of. Like, you know, in the real world, unfortunately, in the business world, if you have something, God forbid, if you have something happen to you, like a family member, you only get so much time off, you know? Like, if you deal with like a tragic loss, you get like, I don't know how many weeks you get off, but you don't get like, I don't know, 6 months off. Like, then you should maybe go on, like, state that you have to go on hiatus, like, or quit. Like, it's just, you know, but yeah, so that had happened, and I literally said, you know, take your time, you know. I was very patient. I should have put those screenshots. I have them in case. I have everything. I OBS screen recorded everything with this dude because I got word he was deleting stuff with other talents. So if this mofo deletes stuff, it's all there. I OBS recorded all of it. So yeah, oh my god, there's just too much like individually screenshot. So if he wants to say that I wasn't supportive or patient and that I was being an impatient little brat, that is so far from the truth. Like, there's so many instances where I said, like, are you okay? Like, we can wait longer, just let me know. Like, I was very considerate throughout the whole thing. But I started to sense bunch of little red flags during this, which made me question, like, is this onboarding ever gonna start? Is this just too, like, bad of a time? I even said at a point, like, listen, dude, like, if this is just a bad time to have me, just, like, let me know. I won't be offended. Because it's, like, I kind of need to know now, because it's, like, I had all these... So, do you guys remember when I was a Neko VTuber? Do you remember when I had, like, the weird antennas? Do you remember that, by any chance? So, this was during the time I had a Neko VTuber model, and... it was very frustrating because that model, the artist, did not separate the layers at all, and she refused to. I had a model mama that didn't like me. She didn't even follow me on Twitter. She was pretty mean to me. And she refused to separate the layers, and my poor rigger had to try to do it all by herself, and she could only do so much. That's why my model barely moved. The cat model, that's why I like barely moved, because the artist did not, she refused to separate the layers. And she did another thing that I didn't like. She said, without my consent, she said, hey, I started streaming like your model on my account, and I was like, I kind of wish you asked me because I don't want people to know about this. I'd rather you not stream you making the model art. Yeah, that was another thing. But anyway, I've clearly dealt with a lot of pleasant people in my career. But anyway, back to the manager stuff. So I think it's time to show the document because my brain is starting to like lose a bit of like steam, and just trying to remember things from the top of my head because I had to really sit through and scroll through my conversations with this person to figure out how to even go about it. I almost had a breakdown because like I can't handle so much information at once. Like first of all, I never thought I would ever get the chance to talk about this because Jay, the person that you're gonna see in the document, was kind of like my emotional support. He was a mod on Flask, like an assistant, and he really tried to help me through this, and he just even said to me, like, dude, like, I'm so sorry. I don't think anything's gonna be done for you. Like, and I'm like, all right, I guess I'm just gonna have to, like, move on and just forget and just block this all out of my head because that's all I can do, because dwelling on it and being angry wasn't gonna get me anywhere. It's like, ultimately, like, this dude didn't give a shit about me. You'll see at the very last screenshot, like, what I'm talking about. All right, let's do it. So, all right, let's go to that screen. All right, so this is the very start of the document, where Bibbly Darling paraphrased everything. Oh, I didn't even tell you guys, like, how I even ended up, like, getting involved with Bibbly and the girls. Like, I kind of missed, like, a really important part. So, okay, so you know how I said I kind of moved on from everything, and I was like, well, this really sucked, but nothing's gonna be done for me. I'm just gonna move on with my life. So, last week, I got a friend request from Bibbly. I've never talked to her, but I have heard about her from Chino. Because Shino loved telling me the business about his other talents. Yeah, so that was something. That was definitely something. So I didn't directly know Bibbly, but yeah. So Bibbly sends me a friend request, and I'm like, huh, like, why is this person I've never talked to sending me a friend request? Maybe she wants to work with me, or maybe this is about Chino. And lo and behold, it was about Chino. And she told me, hey, Shino is kind of getting exposed right now for mistreating his talents. I got word from Jay that you've also experienced this mistreatment. If you would like to contribute, you're more than welcome. There's no pressure. I want to emphasize, she said there was no pressure for me to join in this. And I thought long and hard about this, and I was like, fuck it. Let's do it. Like, not only to get my venting and frustration out, but holy shit. If you think what I went through is bad, sit tightly. Sit tightly, because oh my god, like, I almost didn't even feel like I should contribute, because I'm like, oh my god, you guys went through so much worse than me. But Bibbly was like, it's important you get your story out there too. Like, you also went through mistreatment. Like, don't think that you didn't. Like, I'm like, no, you're right. So I thought long and hard about if I should be anonymous or not, but I decided, like, even if I was anonymous, if this person does end up calling out everything in the document, he would probably be like, oh yeah, by the way, this was a little knee. So it's just like, well, I might as well just out myself before then. And, yeah, let me take water, I'm sorry. I'm not having anxiety or anything. Yeah, okay, so so that's how me and Bibbly got in contact. Like, and I am like, oh my god, I knew Shino was probably gonna be really pissed to see me in that document. And that's why I had to, like, put this whole section of, like, my working relationship with Chino, because I officially never got to onboard this agency. My onboarding was canceled right in the middle of, like, onboarding process. So I was, like, a little nervous. He would come, like, try to, like, flip things around and be like, how dare you get involved in this? Like, you were never even officially onboarded. You don't have a right to speak. But I was personally invited from Bibbly and the other girls to share my story while they were officially contracted. So, and also, he can't say that I wasn't officially going to work with him just because of how much time he invested into me and how much time we invested into each other. So we're going to go into this part right now. So this is just the beginning of Bibbly's document. So she puts like a general summary of what this manager has done. Locking and or deleting talents that belong to talents is punishment. I fortunately didn't have to deal with that, but unfortunately other talents did. Verbal abuse, which I can say, like, I didn't think I had verbal abuse done to me, but after reflecting on it, I'm like, yo, this is like low-key like verbal abuse, and you'll see why later. But other talents like actually had like full-on verbal abuse, and we'll be listening to some of the phone calls too. I unfortunately don't have phone calls. I should have done the phone calls, but then again, he's barely met with me. Like, he would cancel meetings on me. Like, I barely even had stuff to record. I should have recorded the very first call that we had, like, being like, hey, these are my shitty manager experiences. Please let me know now if you will have time for me. Because I don't want to deal with this again. I'm gonna have to get more water soon. But gaslighting, which I definitely went through. Sharing talents, private information with others. Yup, I can't tell you how many times I would hear about this talent or this talent, and I literally called him out in one of my screenshots. I'm like, okay, that really sucks for them, but like, what does this have to do with like our conversation? What does this have to do with me as a talent? Like, I don't really get it. Withholding projects, yup. Withholding my redebut. I mean, he can go around and say like, you could have started it at any time. You could have left the agreement, but I was getting so many mixed signals, so many contradictions. Using talents to promote his partner. Okay, so I fortunately didn't stay long enough for this. So he put me in a group chat with his mini managers, or like managers in training. I didn't mention this in the document because it was so insignificant. He also ended up deleting the group, so there wasn't a point. But he put me in a group chat with two other assistants or mini managers or whatever, or no, managers in training. This one name that I cannot remember for the life of me, and this other girl, Amalisa, who was apparently his girlfriend. I had no idea about that, and apparently this was the person, this was the partner that he would make other talents promote. There's a whole phone call on that. I listened to that. Maybe we'll listen to that phone call because it's pretty short. Threatening, blacklisting, I didn't deal with that. Using AI against talents, well, that's a big one. I did not deal with that. Not fulfilling contractual obligations. I can't say I went through that because I wasn't officially on a contract, but he did not fulfill his obligations he said he would do for me. Pitting talents against each other. I don't think he did that to me, but he did do something very weird to me, which kind of felt pity against, which I didn't list in the document because it was about one of his talents and I didn't want to like start something, but I'll like maybe briefly go over that. And this last part, which I didn't deal with because I wasn't contracted. So I will just kind of scroll to my part, and just briefly just gloss through it because I don't want to spend like a whole stream talking about this. And then I'll kind of just gloss through the other talents, what they went through, give my opinions. It's pretty bad. It's pretty fucking bad. So we'll go to me. So my summary, I basically told you guys at the beginning. Yada yada yada. Have faced poor management, and this experience got me very close to quitting VTubing. This is the stuff that I've went through. Persistent lack of communication, radio silence periods, telling me I was assigned a temp manager who had no idea existed, missing an important meeting and never rescheduling it, dismissing, minimizing my concerns, and then mollifying false promises, not finishing the stuff he said he would do for me, not following up, halting and delaying my plans in general with all these setbacks, mishaps, explaining what he was doing for other talents, while constantly putting me on the back burner. This is what really stung, because this is like what this last manager did to me. So she had this girl she was proudly working with, and she'd be like, look what I just edited for her. Oh, look, her redebut's happening. Look what I'm doing for her redebut. And she would not do one thing for me, and I already paid her like $1,000, and I'm just like, okay, that's great. That's great, thank you. But when are you gonna do stuff for me? Like, oh my god, so that really triggered me. But I had to keep it together. Sharing the business of other talents, which, yeah, I don't need to know their business. Ignoring my special needs, dismissing me having them, by mentioning his girlfriend has autism. And this is just like a general gist of what I went through. Contradictions, gaslighting, emotional manipulation, neglect, ghosting, and overall mistreatment. So I've already went over how I met Shino, so if you want to read that part on your own time, there you go. I'll be putting this document here. But so I'm going to go into like my relationship with Shino and paraphrase it, because I've been a little bit afraid to get involved in this because I was afraid he would turn around and say like, Nee has no right to get involved. She was never contracted. But once I read, you'll kind of see why I felt like I needed to. I also want to say this before I go any further. Do not at Shino, threaten him, bombard him. You will make this so much worse for me and the other talents. Do not do that. Do not contact Shino. You're allowed to comment on any of the girls' posts. My quote tweet, be like, I'm sorry you went through this. Be like, oh, that sucks. That's shitty what he did. But do not directly try to DM him. Do not tweet him. Please. Thank you. Okay. It's just been an exhausting week. It's been exhausting. So let me just paraphrase this paragraph for you guys. So basically, never fully onboarded into Flask. Spoiler alert, my onboarding was suddenly canceled. But before, like within the first month of onboarding, I was introduced to multiple Flask members, which definitely deemed this as being like, it's going to be official. We're going to be officially working together. You're officially going to be in this agency. And I also got in contact with his person that does taxes for the other talents, and I'm actually still talking to him. And he reached out to me. It was very nice. He also shared his personal number with me. He kept in touch with me during my first convention in LA. He also spoke with my mother once on a Discord call. And yeah, I mean, if you're not gonna work with someone very closely, like, why would you do all that? I've never had anyone that I've worked with, like, all those other managers, like, we've never even gotten that far. Like, like, you know, yeah. So maybe I wasn't contracted officially, but this man had every intention to initially have me in his agency. And then he told me like all this other fluff, which I don't need to read it. You can read it on your own time if you want to. So, okay, these were all the problems with my onboarding. I couldn't take it anymore, and by December, I'm like, just give me my fucking documents. I'm done with this. And he never did. But one step at a time. But this went on from late June to I think like the middle of December. So yeah, I mentioned in the beginning that, like, you know, I told him all my issues with past managers and like, hey, please do not do this for me. Please have time to work with me. And he assured me he wouldn't do any of that stuff in call and in text. And I wish I put those screenshots, but if he tries to say like he didn't do any of that, I'll have to put the screenshots later. Because I have them. When it came to my onboarding, this was so annoying. The first 2 months, I let it slide. But after that, I just felt like this thing was never gonna start. He would be telling me other talents' business, like, hey, something popped up with this talent. Oh, we're gonna have to push you back more. Oh, I'm dealing with this thing. I'm dealing with this thing. And that's when it got into him saying, like, hey, I feel for you. I want to get this started, so I'm going to give you a temp manager. So this is like the first like real like big bad, I don't want to say it was big and bad, but like this was like one of the shadiest things that I dealt with in like the beginning. I think this was like, I don't know, this was like in like month 2 or something. What's the date of this? Okay, this is like, yeah, this is like in August. So yeah, it's like month 2. Let me just take water. I'm probably gonna have to get more. So he told me that I was getting this temp manager to help me out with stuff, and Jay, his assistant, was in close contact with me. We ended up becoming friends, and he tells Jay everything for whatever reason. And Jay comes to me and is like, I've never heard that Chino was giving you this temp manager. I'm gonna check in about that. And I'm like, okay, all right, sure. And lo and behold, she had no idea about me. Didn't know I existed, didn't know I was even onboarding into Flask, which is a big problem. And this is just Jay confirming, like, this is all true. Yeah. So he mollifies me with this false promise to shut me up. I'm getting a temp manager. It probably had no real intention of doing it, which you'll see. And then word gets back to him, like, hey, Jay probably, I think it was Jay, said, like, hey, so, like, Redacted has no idea he exists? Like, what the heck? So only then does he say to me, hey, we're gonna schedule a meeting with Redacted mini manager and his assistant, which was actually his girlfriend. Which, I don't know, that's fucking weird. And that's so messy. But anyway, so the day of the meeting I was going to have comes. So I waited patiently for this meeting. I'm like, yes, finally, please, redacted mini manager, just get my onboarding started, please. Please, get me out of onboarding purgatory. So get the date for my meeting, don't get a time. So I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll just have my whole Monday like freed to make sure I'm available for this meeting. So he says to me, hey, we're meeting with Bibbly now, the other talent in this. Once Bibbly's done, we'll get you set up. And I was like, okay, great, this is like actually happening. So a few hours go by, about like, I'm bad at math, 6, 7, 4 hours go by. I'm like, all right, it's already like almost 10 p.m. And I'm just like, hey, like, just wondering if your meeting's still running with Bibbly, because I doubted it was gonna be like a 4-hour meeting. But I'm like, hey, you never know. I tried to give the benefit of the doubt. She does not answer me. It's now 10:33, or no, sorry, 11:33 at night. I am starting to fall asleep. This is when I used to be on a semi-normal sleep schedule. I'm like, hey, I'm like falling asleep. Is this thing happening today or not? And he's like, you're good, I'll ping you if anything. And I'm just like, he's not gonna do it, is he? He's not going to ping me. Alright, so I'm just like, okay. I don't typically get like that, but I was starting to pretty much, yeah. I do not have my meeting. It is the next day. I'm just kind of like, what the heck happened? I cleared my whole Monday for this. Still ignores me. Ping him again that the next day. Like, wanting to know, like, what is going on. No apology. I got no apology to this. And makes an excuse. Like, a nothingness excuse. And I basically tell him how I feel. I'm just like, understand where I'm coming from. Like, I was told twice to be having this meeting. I cleared my Monday. This is basically trying to say, like, this is disrespectful to do to me without using those words. And then he just basically says, like, I just don't have enough time in the day right now. And I'm just like, okay, I get the message. You're saying you don't have time for me. You don't respect my time. All right, whatever. I'm pretty pissed about this. And he doesn't say anything else to me. I have to reach out to him on 9/11. He did not talk to me since 8:30 on August. I reached out to him on 9/11 about something completely unrelated. And also to try to like kickstart like something, be like, hey, hope you didn't like forget about me. It's been like 10 days since we've talked. And then he responds, and then he doesn't respond. And then I reach out on 9/19, like 10 days later, because I'm just like, what the heck, man? You've never rescheduled this meeting with me. So we're going to get to the next part on that. I really need to get more water. And we'll BRB, everyone. Thank you for listening. Alright, we are back. So we're going to take a moment to do a Q&A. If anyone has any questions about me on what I just talked about, what I just stated, or anything else you're wondering about what I've went through, now's the time to ask. And then we'll go back to the document. I just get a little sick, like trying to speed run through text and paraphrase because my brain works kind of slow. Um, but yeah, I mean, so far it sucks. It's pretty bad, right? Like, I should have, honestly, the person I am today, I would have been like, nah, you never apologized for this. You're clearly evading this responsibility of rescheduling my meeting by, like, a large part of why I was being so nice to him is because he faced a tragic loss. That's why it was my empathy, which gets the best of me sometime. Had he not went through that, I would have been so much, I don't want to say meaner, but I wouldn't have been that patient. You know what I mean? I'm so cold. My radiator is like not turning on right now. What resources were promised? Oh my god. Okay. Well, this is what he said. I wrote this in the beginning of the document, so we'll go in linear order. So he told me that he believed a good manager not only helps you manage your content, but basically helps to manage your life. And that was a little bit of a flag for me, but I'm like, all right, explain. And he's like, yeah, I want to help talents find housing if they have to move. Help them with their finances, their taxes. He did actually, he hooked me up to the tax person, not task. The tax person that was for Flask. He did hook me up with him. He's a very cool guy. He has helped me with my taxes because, good lord, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. But, okay, so helping talents with their taxes, helping them find housing, helping them with their finances. There was another thing I said in that document, I think. And also emotionally supporting them and being a therapist for them, which he was far from for me. Like, so far from that. Oh my god. I mean, he did try to like help me briefly once. Like, he spoke to my mom about something, but it was never really talked about again. I had to like beg for that because I'm just like, help me. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm in a bad situation. But yeah, that was all like the things he promised outside of managing. I'm having a stroke. I'm combining words, but the other stuff that he promised me was free services. So our contract had free services included in them. And remember this for later. This is going to be important later. His clipping team would make me clips for free during my trial period. I wouldn't have to pay for any of them. So that's one thing. He would also edit stuff for me. He edited like one 10-second thing for me. That was like all I've gotten from him. And he tried to edit a thumbnail once, and I didn't like how it looked, so I ended up doing it myself. But yeah, so clipping team, getting me like in groups with like these mini managers to help me organize stuff, getting me sponsorships, getting me collabs, getting me shows, you know, all the works. No, because we weren't officially working together. Like, okay, I wasn't officially contracted with him. Yes, I was officially working with him, but he wasn't taking any of my cut, so he couldn't copyright claim anything. Thank God I didn't have to deal with getting locked out of my accounts. Like, I feel really bad for the people that had to deal with that. Yeah, 10-second video. It was just like, you guys remember, excuse me, when I was a cat VTuber, I had like that vampire cat model for the week of Halloween. He just made like something spooky's coming and like bats flying and text. It was just like a trailer for that. That was what it was. I mean, I could show you guys it, but it's not really exciting. But listen, like, I would have been so much understanding if he said this to me in the beginning, which it was true. Hey, Nee, I took on more than I can chew. As much as I would love to help you, I can't help you like I wanted to. However, I will help you find another person who can provide you with the help you needed. That would have fixed everything for me. I would have been like, I totally understand. I really appreciate it. No, it had nothing to do with Halloween. I did that whole video by myself. Actually, me and another person did that video. That wasn't even VTuber related. But had that had happened in the very beginning when he realized I don't have time to manage this person, I would have been fine. But you can guess what happened. Totally that happened. But anyway, do we have any more questions before I go back to the document? I'm surprised I haven't had to go pee yet with the amount of like water that I've consumed. But yeah. So much cam nowadays. Yeah, because I've dealt with so much shit as a VTuber. I like don't even like want to be reminded. Yeah, I mean it sucks. But anyway, I mean I'm still a VTuber. Like, see? See? Do you want to see my full VTuber body? Alright, I'm hybrid, that's what I am. Anyway, let's go back. So just to refresh you guys, yeah, so oh thank you. I don't have this meeting. He does not reach out to me for like 10 days, then doesn't reach out to me for another 10 days. I'm just like, okay, what is happening with this meeting? So I say to him, will I be focused on next month and at least be connected with PA, EMP? Also, this mini manager was a PA, and I think I meant to say ETM, which means Executive Talent Manager, which was her other title. This was the person who was gonna temp manage me. So I'm basically asking when that's gonna happen, and then literally sends me anything but the question I just asked. Sends me a drama video on one of his other talents, just saying all this nothing burger stuff that has like nothing to do with me, and like stuff that I already know. And like, if you guys want to see proof, like he did not even address my question, because I'm gonna be skimming through this. You can go read it. Like, it says all this stuff that has nothing to do with what I asked. All this stuff that I know. Yeah. And then I'm just like, bruh, this is like when I go like off on him. So the next day I really gathered my thoughts and I told him everything I wasn't happy with during my onboarding, how I feel lost, how I just, you know, so I was supposed to have like a VTuber re-debut by October. So my plan was to just get a redone model of what I had, which was like the Neko alien VTuber. But working with Shino, he's like, okay, you should just do a full like re-debut, rebrand, like. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, like, because I did express like I didn't really want to be a Neko VTuber anymore, and I felt kind of forced into it. He's like, you should just do a full-on rebrand, and that was going to take like a whole lot of time than just getting an updated model. And he's like, we need to start making a concept sheet for you and getting in touch with a concept artist to like make the new design. So that's what my plans ended up being. I wasn't gonna do those plans until I at least like got an updated version of my model, because as you guys know, that model was like really scuffed and didn't move, and I couldn't take it anymore. So I just at least wanted like a better version. Then I would properly plan out a re-debut. But he's like, I think you should just do a re-debut, and like I'll help you with all the re-debut stuff. Spoiler alert, he barely helped. And you could read that in the document. But yeah, like I'm just like, I don't know what to do. Like, you know, I've like done everything you told me to do, and like time is like ticking, like ugh, and just like not getting like any updates from him. And he sent me the clips that his editing team did for me, and they were honestly subpar. Call him out on that. Telling him like I've been also going through a lot of shit, like, you know, I've had my fair share of shit this summer, redacted, and basically saying like this was like my last hope. Like I was just in like a really bad place. Like if I wasn't accepted into Flask, I probably would have like went on like a hiatus, because like I don't know, I was just in a tough place. And Flask, just seeing their history at the time, like it really seemed like this is what like I needed to like help me in my career, and just the help that I've been needing for like a long time. So yeah, I say here like I wish he told me earlier that he couldn't take me on. Like basically telling you guys I would have continued with like my original debut plans, which was just like getting an updated version of like my current model at that time. And like I didn't feel right also walking away from our agreement, because like his editing team was already making me clips. I was involved with his staff already. I was talking to Jay. And then he has the audacity to say the stuff that he says to me next. So I'm not going to read all of it. But I did mention to him at the time, this is like way before I started doing IRL stuff. Like I barely even posted pictures. I mentioned like I would want to do like IRL streams now and then and do more IRL stuff. And he says like, be prepared for my numbers to take a dip. And they didn't. The opposite happened since I started being IRL. But anyway, talks about some personal stuff, probably about him. Cause like, listen, like what I went through is shitty, but I'm not gonna put out like all your personal information. Honestly, the censoring and just like really going through everything is what took the longest, because I'm not out here trying to DOX him. All right, like what I went through sucked, but I'm not a shitty person. All right, like. So I really tried to be cognizant. I tried to just do the right thing, okay? Like, even though this is like an expose doc, whatever. Did I even use that word right? I don't know. I don't know, help. My brain is like dying. But yeah, so that's that. Just saying stuff, and you can read that doc. It's in the chat. So this is about the drama video he dropped. So the stuff in white's what I said. Me basically saying like, that really sucks, your talent went through this, but what does this have to do with me and my content? Just all stuff about them, nothing to do with me. Yep. And just responding to me with just like more stuff, more fluff. It's just basically fluff. This is such fluff. Generally, a good idea would be some sort of catalyst event to pay for. In the VTuber space, often a defeat. Like, what is this? Like a concert and musical dimensions. Like, okay, that all sounds great, but you're probably not gonna help me do it. Anyway. Yep. So, frequently let me on with timelines, like saying like, oh, we're gonna get started this month. Actually, sorry, we have to push it back next month. Like, and then he drops the infamous, I can't promise a date like you want. Like, as if I'm being pushy with him when I've been more than patient with everything. Basically telling me like, hey, we're gonna start your onboarding August 1st. Hey, so sorry, we have to start it September 1st. Hey, so sorry, we have to start it August 1st. This is in the middle of September. Like, okay, I guess I'm being unreasonable. And this is the part that really shook me. I just don't know where this part came from. Before we get into like the real like meat of this, anyone have any questions? Right, and I'm going to get into that. Like, clearly by this point, he took on more than he can chew, and he probably hoped like I would just get annoyed and leave on my own. And that didn't happen because he was too lazy to at least be like, hey, sorry, I fucked up. Let me find you a proper manager. Let me go through my connections, as that's the right thing to do. Yep, this is the gaslighting. I wasn't gonna point out every area and be like, this is gaslighting, because people could just tell for themselves. Like, you know, in the general like emotional manipulation, like, you know, it's very self-explanatory. This is the person that was going to be my manager. And he got a big doc on him. I'm not the only talent. There are 5 other talents on this doc, and to top it off, a lot of people, I don't want to say a lot, more people on Twitter that aren't originally in this document have been coming out and being like, hey, I dealt with this guy too. He didn't give me clips. I've dealt with XYZ. Like, it's way more than 5 people. That's all I'm gonna say. I literally dodged a nuke. No, like, I would have had to deal with, like, promoting his GF, being locked out of my account if he got angry with me, and, like, changing his contract without telling me, like, which was, like, one of the other talents went through that. Like, they had a deal of $400 per month, and he sneakily changed it the next month to renew it or something. I don't know what happened. Like, it's in their documents, something like that. But I'm very lucky that my onboarding never started. I would have been miserable if it started. Like, I was very crushed back then. Like, wow, like, these people get to be in this awesome agency, and I don't. Big FOMO, but holy shit, I'm really glad I didn't have to go through, like, any of that. And my heart does go through the other talents that unfortunately had to deal with kind of worse than I did. Oh, he played favorites. He talked about this one talent so many times, the one that he sent me the drama video on. So I have a story about this talent. I didn't put this in the document. I'm gonna say it now. This was very weird to me, and I still need to confront this person about this. I actually messaged them the other day, and I said, like, hey, I'm sure you're aware, but your manager has, like, a giant document on him. I was one of the talents that were affected. You should really check this out, because she's still working with him. I hope she drops him. But there was this really weird situation that happened in the beginning of my onboarding. This was when I went to my first show in LA. I was really nervous about performing. This is my first announced IRL show. Like, I would do IRL shows for cons, but I wouldn't announce them on Twitter, like, at all. So this, like, show that I did for AX, I announced very last minute on purpose because I was really nervous. Like, you know, I didn't know, like, who was gonna be there, like, especially if people on Twitter knew me, because I wasn't really ready to do this. And yeah, so anyway, what do you call it? My brain is dying. It is dying. Hold on a second. I'm not really sure if I should even tell this story, to be honest. I need to just take a moment to think about it. But this is pretty shady that happened to me. I think I just need to be careful with the details. But yeah, like, I was really nervous. Like, I didn't want people from Twitter coming out and, like, taking pictures of me and posting them on Twitter, because I did not have a face reveal out. I'm still working towards a face reveal, and, like, that was just, like, a really big stressor for me. And yeah, I don't know. I'm actually consulting in a person right now to see if I should even tell this story, that works with me. But I don't know, if you guys have any questions in the meantime, I would be open to asking. Just don't ask anything that's TOS. Yeah. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna tell the story. I don't think it's worth it, but he basically kind of made someone spy on me. And we were, like, tight and stuff, and yeah, I don't know, the whole thing was, like, weird. It was weird. That's all I'm gonna say on it. No, not to stalk, just to kind of, like, observe me. Yeah. And I don't know, I think he was keeping us apart from each other, because, I don't know, we both been cool with each other. But yeah, I was just very, like, low-key about this performance, and he was trying to make people come out to see me, and it stressed me out. It stressed me out. That's all I'm gonna say. But anyway, let's get back to the document, and yeah. This was all happening in 2023. So then he drops this on me. This just, oh, I'm not even screen sharing, hold on. This whole part, guys. This whole part. It's like, this was like over a year ago, but even now, it just pisses me off. After all I've went through, after not saying sorry, to canceling a meeting and never rescheduling it, all these setbacks, all this, like, unprofessional behavior, he has the audacity to say to me, all this waiting for my onboarding to start, he literally has the audacity to say to me, if you want to cancel this agreement so far, that's fine. And it's all here, like, it's like all right here. There hasn't been any contract signed, so you could just leave. I'm just like, So you pushed all my redebut plans back. You don't even care. People have started clips for me. Okay, you're just telling me to leave? Like, hell no, sir. No, sir. I'm not just gonna leave. No, sir. Yeah, I wrote, my time is not respected or valued. Like, little meek timid knee calls him out for the first time, quits on me. He's just like, you could leave if you want to. Cause like, this is the first time I've ever called him out. Like, I would express concerns, be like, hey, like, a little concerned that meeting didn't start. Hey, you said my onboarding would start this month. It's already 7 days into the new month. Like, just wondering what's going on. Like, you know, I didn't directly confront things. It was more just like, all this like, hey, like stuff, but no. First time I confront him, he changes the terms of our agreement. So, you know how I said in the beginning, my contract was going to have free services in them? Yeah, this part makes no sense. So he says, after finally calling out on stuff, he suddenly changed the terms of our original agreement. Out of nowhere, he implied that he no longer wanted to move forward with my starter contract for me until we rebuilt our relationship, implying like that our relationship was now bad because, oh, Nee called me out, relationship bad, no. And mentioned doing free services to make up to rebuild our relationship. This was confusing because the free services were already included in the starter trial contract. Those clips I got were free services. I did not pay for those clips. Like, at all. I was not paying for anything. I did have to pay for a commission that he coordinated. Spoiler, if a manager ever says, oh, I'll pay for your stuff, that's a scam. That's a scam. I had to pay out of pocket for a commission he coordinated. So yeah, so I really thought about this, why he said all this. I think he genuinely was trying to make me leave, get so fed up and just leave at this point because he did not want to be liable for starting an onboarding and then terminating it, because that looks really bad to his staff members who know about me. That makes him look so bad. So instead of like having to say like, hey, we're canceling these onboarding, he would have said, hey, Nee decided to leave on her own, which is what he wanted. But hell no, sir, I was not giving that. I needed something, some sort of compensation done for me. So this is why I think he did all this. You can read the document here because we're just kind of paraphrasing through it. But at the time, I was just really confused, like, on all this happening. I was just very confused. And it didn't feel good. It felt really shitty. Alright, so this is a lot of text. You could read it in the document on your own time if you'd like to. So I basically hit him back with like a lot of stuff. Like, he hit me with this whole like, you know, I understand like you're not a newcomer, but we still have to do reinvention. But he's not getting the point that this is my livelihood. I just can't indefinitely wait on things to start. Like, I need to have things moving or else I'm going to lose money. Cause it's just been like waiting on him and stuff. And I just make this like whole point, like, I've achieved a lot on YouTube with zero backup and wondering how I can get backup of my own. It's hard to handle things alone, especially when you have grown so much. I've been on that search since 2021, referring to management and having a team, seeing Redacted blossom from having proper management and seeing the team blank had. And basically, I start to tell him, I start to get vulnerable again. I've always gotten the short end of the stick when working with managers. Basically, what they've done to me is every time, sorry, just gotta take a breath. It's been a never-ending search thinking I finally found help / being torn apart. Every time I've been built, hyped up, and then pushed into the mud by every company / manager I've worked with or I've joined that's gained my trust. Just hope you can understand why I've put my quills up a bit and being more protective of myself. So basically just being very vulnerable with him and just being like, listen, I'm tired of managers building me up, hyping me up, being like, we're gonna make you a star, Nee, and then literally dropping me and putting in my face what they're doing for other talents. That's messed up. That's messed up, and I wasn't gonna have it anymore. And then I addressed the clips, the poopy clips he sent me, and just like addressing the rest of what he said. Like, you know, my message was pretty short. My initial message was pretty short in comparison to what he sent me. Like, he sent me all this stuff, and this is why it's like my stuff is so long. Stuff about my livelihood and stuff. Patience, doing more in advance. Okay, so this part's pretty important. This next part that I'm going to get into, I just need to take a breath. This is a lot to digest. Anyone have any questions for me? And I feel bad that I'm kind of late on this because a lot of the other girls, they covered this like immediately, and I just had to just kind of really just breathe a bit because I was kind of dealing with like other stuff aside from this. Yeah, it's not good. He didn't try to silence me, but I felt like I could never speak out about this because, like, what backup would I have? And I feel like I didn't really have a right because I was never officially contracted with him. Spoiler alert, he terminated my onboarding. So, like, that's why I felt like, what right do I have to speak about this? It sucks, but I just have to move on from it. Like, you know, when did you decide to be a VTuber? When VTubing started to become a thing. I've always thought about being a streamer, but that happened a lot faster than intended. When my community told me about VTubing, and they were like, "Hey, you should consider being a VTuber." I think that's like up your alley, and that's kind of how it all started. Okay, we're gonna go back into it, and thank you guys for just being so patient. I've never done a stream like this. I've been pretty nervous. Like, thank you. I'm just a chill girl. I don't like drama. I just want to be silly and goon on the internet. I mean, what? Okay. Alright, so this next part. So this was like the most contradicting thing that messed with my brain so much. He would say, "Hey, these are the tasks for you, do them." Would do task, and then be like, "Hey, like, I started this thing." Then be like, "One step at a time, Nee." Like, you know, I'm just like, okay. And then he would get frustrated being like, "Hey, you should have done this." I'm just like, "But you didn't explicitly give me instructions to do this thing." And he'd be like, "Well, I thought you just pick up to do it," basically. And this is an issue I have with my last manager, who apparently knew before I even told her that I had autism. That's a whole other story, because she said some pretty offensive shit that I've screenshotted. But apparently she knew I had autism, yet she would do like an autistic person's nightmare of doing the thing where he kind of did this to me, where he would like put out like very... Okay, it wasn't even instructions. Whatever. My last manager went through every pronoun. I'm pretty sure they're biologically male, but I've always seen them as female since they have a female avatar. Whatever. Anyway, and they're not even trans. They just use every single pronoun. But they would do this thing with me. They would get pretty pissed at me and be like, "You should have done this. I thought you would assume to do this." And it was just like, well, if you didn't give me instructions to do this task, I'm not going to pick up on to do it. Like, you know, if you need me to do something, I'll do it. You just got to be very specific with that thing. And basically, Shino would do that with me too and get frustrated with me. But then when I would follow his instructions and try to be like, "Hey, like, what else can we do?" he would also get frustrated. It's like I couldn't win. So during my raid to beat plans, he was adamant on not starting anything without him, which is why I felt like, this is what confused me when he's like, "You can leave the agreement." It's like, but you haven't like wanted me to start anything without you since you've agreed to work on my raid to beat with me. Like, which is it? I couldn't even send my concept art, my concept OC to a concept artist until he looked it over and gave feedback. This is the annoying part. So I had spent hours making this lovely design that you see today on Google Docs by compiling a bunch of inspo images, making stuff on like dressed up websites to make this avatar, to have a concept artist make it make it into life, like Frosty the Snowman, whatever. And he said to me, we can't send it in yet. I'm just like, why? He's like, I need to look over it and make sure everything's clear. Make sure everything is like literate. Don't send it in yet until I make comments on it. I'm just like, okay. And he never, I don't think he ever even did, or maybe he did do that, but it took forever. I'm just like, when are you gonna make comments on this? Like, it's already like October. Like, I need to get this sent to a concept artist. Like, good lord, I would have already had like a model done, just like my past model. Did you just like a revamp redebut? But yeah, like that's an example of him not wanting me to do stuff on my own, but then also saying like leave the agreement. Very confusing. But anyway, back to the issue that I'm talking about. So this is the other thing. I confided in the fact with him twice that I'm neurodivergent. And I need special aid and instruction, like special instructions. That's how it's always been when I've been in school, college. So he doesn't address this with me in text because we actually ended up having a call like after this. Like I sent him a bunch of voice stuff, but I do address this in call. I'm just like, hey, I just want you to be aware, but I have diagnosed autism and ADHD, and I would like to request that we handle things in like a different way when it comes to like giving me instructions. And instead of being like, oh yeah, I totally like understand, he's like, oh, Lisa has autism too, and like talking about Lisa, and it completely like turns into another topic, and then what I'm talking about turns into another topic, and just the topics keep getting changed. And you want to know the real tea? You want to know the real tea? And we'll listen to this phone call after this. His girlfriend isn't even diagnosed. She's not even diagnosed. That's the tea. He literally admits that on a call he had with Plot. Oh my god. And he's like, well, one of us has to have autism. Like, that's not how it works. Sure, there could be a lot of like signs someone has it, but you don't have a right to say you have autism unless you're diagnosed. Oh my god. I literally started laughing when I heard that phone call because I felt so invalidated when I confided in him. I just have to breathe, guys. I'm sorry. I just have to take a breath, okay? Yep. This is why I hate the internet nowadays. Like, everyone apparently has autism. Everyone's self-diagnosing themselves. You don't want this. You don't want this. What I went through in school was literal hell. I was separated from my peers. Teachers would IQ test me like every month. Make sure like my cognitive motor skills were like normal. It's like, I don't even know. That's like a whole rant for another day. Like, it's like people that actually have it aren't taken seriously because it's so normalized on the internet. I guess we're all autistic now. And like, that's how I felt. It's like, bruh, girlfriend not even diagnosed, and okay. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. We're moving on from this one. So, I sent him like 2 voice memos, which I'm just like, I was cringing when I listened to them. I'm like, oh my god, why was I so nice? I sound like a fucking baby. Like, why was I so nice to him? You would think those voice memos are like me berating him, but no. Like, I was cringing. But yeah, we ended up handling everything I wrote on call. Ended up just getting nowhere. So, an event happened 2 months later that just, yeah. I'm kind of glad it happened, and I'm kind of glad I never got to fully on board, because Jesus Christ. So, remember Jay? I mentioned Jay, the mod / assistant. Homie had my back. He really felt for me. He would be like, bro, like, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm so sorry you're going through this. And I'm just like, yeah, it sucks, but thank you for being here. Like, So he made this support group chat, which had the temp manager that had no idea about me. And originally it was just to get to know the temp manager, but it ended up just being like a support group chat. He'd be like, hey Nee, how are you doing today? I'm just like, not so hot, but trying to hang in there. That's what it basically ended up being. So one of the weeks in November, Jay checked in on me in this group chat, and I just told him straight up. Okay, no. I said to Jay and Redacted, hey, has Shino given you like any updates on my onboarding? And they both said, nope, nada. And then Jay asked me, how are you doing? I'm like, honestly, I'm not doing really well. I'm going through shit. Shino hasn't given me any updates in regards to anything. And I can't keep waiting on him. I've had plans which have been, I can't do them anymore because it's past the deadline. I need this onboarding to start before like 2024, or else I don't think I could do this. This is like taking a toll on me. That's basically all I said. I didn't go into like this whole giant vent. I just kept it pretty short. I'm just like, yeah, this thing needs to start soon, or else I can't do this. So this is a lot of text. We're not going to be reading it. So if you want to read this, what page is this? This is page, why is it not showing me the pages? Why isn't it showing me? Okay, so this is page 16. Excuse me. So Jay checks in on me, or checks in on Chino about me. I need to stress that I did not ask him to do this. Really appreciate him though. But this unfortunately caused like an issue between me and Chino. But Jay's saying basically like, you need to like give me an update on some sort of supportive way. She's on the verge of giving up. Yeah, kinda. Like not giving up on my whole career, but just kind of like, I don't know. And basically says like, yeah, like this is like not good for me mentally, which it wasn't. Yeah, Jay's just trying to get answers from Shino, and he's being dismissive. He's like, I'm dealing with it. And Jay's not letting this go. And then Shino like says something about me, which like, first of all, wasn't true, and second of all, like, what does that have to do? He's like waiting for Nee to get back from her vacation that she told me she was taking, but clearly didn't let you and Redacted know since our follow-up meeting wasn't meant to be till after that. And it's just, and Jay's like, okay, that's not completely false. She did tell me about her vacation. Basically, Jay's been the only one keeping in contact with me during my vacation, which wasn't a vacation, really. We'll get into that very briefly. Yeah, like trying to make me look bad in front of Jay for like no reason. Okay, because you're being called out on your poo-poo. Your poo-poo nonsense. Okay, yeah, but basically saying like no one's gotten back to me, or rather him, about like concept artists, even though I ended up just choosing someone just to go with later because I couldn't wait. It's like she told me this and I understand that, but I think her current and main concern is regarding not really having a baseline and just working in a fog, basically, deadass. So, you know, you see like, he's a certain way with Jay, completely different way when he confronts me. Yeah. So this part's really hard to read. I don't know why. I was just having like a bit of a hard time like putting it in here. But basically, she says, Shino seemed pissed off at this point. And then Jay's like, did I do something? And she's like, no, needed. But I'll address it with her going forward. And basically saying, because this has crossed, I will be changing how we handle moving forward with Nee because this has crossed a line for me. So basically, from my understanding, Shino was pissed off that Jay gave a damn about me and called him out and being like, what are you gonna like do something for Nee? She's just been like sitting here for like, I don't know, like 4 months. Like never had her meeting with her temp manager, like keep being told like her onboarding's gonna start and then it doesn't. Yup, we met towards the end of June, and the beginning of AX week, I got the wonderful news that I was accepted into Flask. Spoiler alert, I never onboarded. Yeah, so I am on my vacation, and then I get a bunch of messages from Shino. But before that, this isn't the document. This is just proof that I had nothing to do with making Jay go to Shino. He did that all on his own discretion. He made the temp group. Like, this is just all evidence of that. But yeah, so before this, before my message on 8:37, there was some text saying like, basically saying like I crossed the line by venting to Jay and his temp manager and being like, we need to talk. And then me just being confused, being like, what? I've been waiting for you to come to me. Like, what is going on? I've given you a bunch of space after TwitchCon. Our last meeting was never completed. I really think I've been patient in handling all this. I've been waiting to know, like, what's up. And he's like, that's fine. We'll talk tonight. Like, he's adamant we're talking tonight. And it's giving me an impression, like, did I do something? Like, what the fuck is going on? And then he's like, I get you're looking for info. But at this point, oh, I did include this. Venting reaching out to blank or Jay just makes them overreact when reaching out to me. I don't really think that was an overreaction, but okay. But more importantly, it's clear I don't have the time you need. Oh my god. This is so much worse reading out loud. Like, I've told them so many times. In call, in text in the beginning. Please have the time you need for me. Before you agree to work with me, please make sure that you can. Making me feel like I forced him to manage me. Like, making me feel like this is all my fault. Like, what? I think he also said this to me like before this conversation. I counted. He said this to me at least 3 times. And like I tried to just forget about it. And then when Bibli came to me saying this document was being made, I literally had to go through months of trauma to try to remember like what happened. And I'm just like, oh yep, that infamous line right there. Yeah, this was such a gut punch. Like, why did you take me on this whole summer? And I'm just like, I just want communication. You right. Just a quick hey Nee, there's still no updates. Haven't forgot about you, pal, are you? Yeah, at this point, I felt like more of a manager than him. I was constantly messaging and be like, hey, Shino, like, are you doing okay? Like, I know you're going through a lot. Would not ask you about me. There was like no how are you at this point. Like, wouldn't even ask me how I was doing. Extremely frustrating. So frustrating, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have any questions for me before we continue? This is almost coming to a close. And then I want to touch upon some of the other girls and what they wrote. We're not going to go through everything, but I just want to go through the important stuff, which is just like, what the fuck moments. But yeah, that line, you would think I would have had a breakdown from everything I've went through, but that's when I actually broke down. Reading that, I just started crying. I'm just like, you use my own trigger against me. Like, what the hell? That's what broke me, that line. And he says it, oh my god. Alright, yeah. It's like, God, what did I do? I'm sorry, I didn't end up like, I don't know, becoming a music teacher. Is this my punishment for becoming a content creator? I'm sorry, okay? God. I honestly don't think it was intentional at first. I really don't think it was. I think his intention to work with me was genuine, but my empathy saw he was going through a lot, and I think this isn't to excuse his behavior at all. I think everything he's gone through has messed him up mentally. And instead of taking a step back, he just kind of like lashed that out on all of us. And there's no excuse for that. Guys, I know I'm never gonna really talk in detail about my personal life, but I've gone through really fucked up shit. And I've never used that as an excuse to be a piece of shit to people. Like, sure, Sure, I'm not perfect. I have my days, but I'm not gonna be doing anyway. Oh my god. So yeah, basically I'm confused, like why he's saying like we need to talk. I was on a mental health vacation. I was not in a very safe situation. I had to leave my home state for at least a week, and I was staying with my best friend. And this is the last thing I needed on my mental health vacation. I was really not doing well. I was like almost about to have a panic attack, like reading all this. It's like, why is he mad at me? Like, what did I do? And like being adamant on like wanting this meeting, which this is like the first meeting he ever prioritized me because he was pissed at me, clearly. Accusing me of venting, which again, I didn't just start venting out of my ass, which I had every right to at this point. And then the trigger phrase that was used against me, which I talked about from the very beginning. I told Shino when I opened up about my past experiences on call, please only agree to work with me if you have time for me. I was exhausted from repeatedly like working with matter. Yeah, you guys know all this stuff. I've even said something along these lines. I like clearly and vividly remembering it. This is probably not word for word, but it's around this. And I've you guys have like literally seen this paraphrase in the screenshots. You know, there's no excuse. You guys have seen it. I've said it in calls. I've said it more than once. I've gone through managers often not having the time I need. My words. And then, you know, then he says like this infamous red line. It fucking hurt. You know, it hurt. And this is when he starts to go haywire. This is like when the gaslighting begins. I guess, is this gaslighting? I've been so patient with him, but suddenly I need a lessons on patient. He sends me 3 videos on how to be patient. I don't need a lesson on patience. You do. You do. He sent me 3. These are out of order, but here's the first one, and then here are the other 2. But so yeah, this is like the last. This is supposed to be like the last screenshot. He's basically insinuating, is that the word? My brain is dying. He's like, what I will not have is anyone rushing me. Wait, sorry. What I will not have is anyone rushing other people to rush me anymore. Like, clearly you need that because no one's getting any communication from you. And that's not what I did. Again, Jay reached out to Shino all on his own. I had nothing to do with that. But he clearly thinks like I was puppeting Jay in his temp to like bombard him about my onboarding, which is not true. And you guys could see that in the evidence in the document. But yeah, that's this section. And Jay even said to me, like I showed him all this, he's like, Nee, you could just throw me under the bus. This is my fault. You know, I'm sorry you went through this. I should have asked you before messaging Shino. I'm like, it's fine, it's not your fault. And then this shot is basically me saying like, you know, I'm not as hard pressed as you think I am. Like I wouldn't like do this shit. Like, I don't know, like what's the word? I wouldn't like try to pit people against you, because that's the vibe I was getting. But like you telling me like I need a lessons on patience is insulting, especially after everything I went through and just basically everything I just said here. And then just me being like explaining what happened, being like, I think you have the situation all wrong. Like, I didn't make that group. Jay made it. I didn't just start venting to Jay. He asked me how I was doing, so I was honest. And you want to know what he says to that? Basically tells me it's fine. I guess what you say doesn't come across clear to the others. They're interpreting it as you freaking out when you're not. And then, I don't know, them freaking out towards Shino. I mean, let's scroll back up to Jay. Is this freaking out? Is this freaking out about me? Like, you tell me. Is this freaking out? I don't think it is. Wait, let me just... I mean, it's long. I don't know what Cece, I mean, well, Cece's out there. But her name's already in the document. I didn't know if she wanted to be involved, but all the other talents put her. That was the temp manager who's checked at me, and she's been really sweet about this all. But yeah, I don't think this is a freak out. This is just being blunt and stating the facts. But apparently that was a freak out. Okay. Sorry I made them freak out on you. You know, yeah. Shino thought I was responsible for Jay trying to expedite my onboarding, responsible for that group. Yep. And then me just, yeah, okay. So, guess what he does to me after this, like, whole mental understanding? You guys want to take a guess? You want to take a guess at what happens? Yep, he drops me as a talent. 4 days later. Oh, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. 4 days later, he drops me. Yep, I guess Jay and I crossed a line, so I get dropped. So he says all this stuff. I'm going to even have to cancel the free services I've intended to do with you. Okay, you haven't done like anything for me, but although it'd be nice, I would say, although I would be more than happy to consult and advise you for the next steps. Like, what does that even mean? The fuck? But yada yada yada. But I just didn't have and don't have the time you'd need for management. Thank you. I would have loved to know that in the very beginning because I had a feeling. But no, you reassured me that it would all be fine, that you could do this. But yeah, I hate doing this. Probably don't, but you can probably, like, this was the last resort because I didn't probably leave like he wanted me to. Like, he probably wanted me to walk away on his own, and now he has to tell everyone, hey, I had to cancel Nee's onboarding. But yeah, this was, yeah, he sure loves to tell me he doesn't have the time I need. I should go through my other account right now. He probably deleted all the messages. And see how many times he said that. But then I am very sussed out by this proposal. I basically call him out like, you barely had time for me now. Like, I don't believe you're gonna do any of this for me. That's basically what I say, TLDR, just based on like the patterns I've seen. So, and I'm like, what does it mean you're gonna consult and advise me? And this is what he says. Consulting would be more giving general advice like I have been, but nothing more. Okay, thanks. And just assisting with the docs when they're done. This is very important. This part's very important. So yeah, he basically wasn't gonna do nothing for me. This is the point where I just completely give up. I don't message him anymore. I don't message him after that. I'm like, okay, well, if you really mean this, you're going to come to me. Because I am done chasing after you. I shouldn't have to chase after you. So, I hear nothing from him. Absolutely nothing. Over a month goes by. I did not respond to him, and he would probably use he would probably use the excuse. I combined the word conclusion and excuse. He probably use this excuse. Well, Nee never pinned me back, so I guess she wasn't not insulted. I guess she wasn't interested in me consulting or advising her. That's probably his thoughts. Like I'm turning into a Dr. Seuss character. But yeah, that's probably what he would have said, like, to just ghosting me. Like, well, didn't seem like she wanted it because she didn't respond. I'm just like, not my job. You make a proposal to me, it's not my job to keep poking at you to do it. Just like all the other things I've been poking at. I was just done at this point. Anyway. So, at this point, I just want my damn documents. So, I should have put these screenshots, but he deleted groups I was in, and I also left groups when he canceled our onboarding, and I didn't have copies of these documents. He never even finished for me, but it was at least something, like some artists for me to reach out to, some emote artists, just some like general debut advice. They were never finished, but it's like it's all I had from him, and like now I had to handle my re-debut in pieces, and I lost these documents. They were in group chats that I left or were deleted, both for the case, and I couldn't find them. I looked all over my Google Drive, and so I asked him, hey, can you send my Patreon doc, when I used to be on Patreon at the time, and all the other docs you made for me? I haven't saved them. Guess they were in the group chat we had with Jay. I don't know why I censored Jay. I wasn't thinking. And I left that group, and there were other groups that he deleted. Sure. Guess what? I'll give you a hint. Do you guys want to guess what happened? Guys want to guess what happened? He never gave them to me. He never gave me my documents. No. I'm so lucky that I thought to just, I don't know, check emails and check my search history, which I should probably delete. I checked through months of search history. I found them. I copied all the info, made copies of them in case you were to delete them. Yep. Jay also asked him multiple times, aside from my last message, when are you gonna give me your documents? And he would say something like, oh, give them today, wouldn't do it. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much it. So you guys are wondering, where is Yoshino and I stand today? Well, it's now 2025. He has not talked to me in over a year. You can see in this screenshot, we were friends the whole time, so he can't use the excuse. I stayed friends with him on purpose in case he were to have like an expose on him or whatever. Am I using that word right? I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad I never unfriended him, even if I was angry, because this all worked out in my favor. You can see right below in this document the date in which I'm friends with him, proof I was friends, and the date. This was this year of the 7th of this month. There was no excuse not to send me my documents, and this felt deliberate. This felt petty and deliberate, and I was over it. So, yep, I unfriended him on the 8th because I do not want him contacting me, and again, please do not contact Shino. I want nothing to do with him. The talents do not need things even worse for them, because what they went through is so much worse. If you think I got it bad, you don't even know. Okay, so just to recap on the free services he promised, he never completed them. Most of them weren't even started. And basically told you about like the only presentable thing he gave me. Yeah, and just basically like I got over this over a year ago, and it was pretty hard, like revisiting old emotions that I left in like 2023. It was hard, but for the sake of the other talents and to also have a cathartic release, which I deserve, I spent 6 hours each day writing my piece. This took me about 4 days to write this 26-page document. Yeah, and navigating it through ADHD, it was a fucking nightmare. I felt like throwing up. And I will be touching upon the other talents briefly, but that's my saga with Shino. I never thought I would ever be talking about it. I never felt like I had a right to talk about it, but I thank the other girls for opening my eyes and helping me to realize that this behavior was far from normal and it wasn't okay. And yeah, thank you guys for listening. I know I don't really do streams like this, and I know if he watches this, he's probably gonna like, I don't know, make a whole thing on me and the other girls. I honestly don't care. I said what I had to say, and I have OBS conversations if he really wants to take it that far. But I just don't have time to like deal with that anymore. I will support the other girls. Like anything that they put out, I'll be retweeting and actively supporting them, but the chapter's closed on my story with Shino. I have nothing else to say about him or to say to him. Like, yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I should have put this in the document, but this was just getting so long. He would often compare me to this person in Hollow Live. I'm gonna butcher her name. Her name was Suise. The light blue-haired singer, only speaks Japanese mostly. He would often compare me to her and be like, Hollow Live just didn't care about her. They just dropped her. She was so talented. And you remind me so much of Suisse, like always getting dropped by people when you're so talented. Like, literally tells me that and just like does all this to me. Like, oh my god. He's like, yeah, and he would send me videos of her too, like singing, and it's like, you remind me so much of her. And then literally just make me go through more of that shit. Yeah, she had her happy ending. I'm still waiting for mine. I mean, things have been a lot better, even though I don't have like, you know, a whole like agency, whatever, but yeah. He was talking about the beginning days, but anyway. I have to pee so badly, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. If anyone has any questions for me about anything. Yep, the cycle just continues, Silver. Just, yeah, but he's even said to me, he's like, you know, if things don't work out with us, I think you'll succeed on your own. And I did. I mean, things have changed a lot since 2023. I mean, I do this whole hybrid thing now, and things have never been better since doing it. So yeah, I think, thank you for him to saying that. Like, that was one nice thing he said about me, I guess, even though it's kind of like not great to hear. Like, oh, if it doesn't work out with us, you'll still succeed, but it's something. You gotta look at some of the positives. And, you know, I'll give him this. I shit on him a lot. He did care about the situation I was going through to an extent, like the IRL stuff. Like, if he didn't, he wouldn't go on a call with my mother. But I kind of feel like that happened because I was like I was actually kind of freaking out at that point. I'm just like, I don't know what to do. I'm having a panic attack, and like, I felt like that's kind of like the reason why it happened. Stop making me feel old, Silver. Thank you. Yeah, and I don't know, like, it really works for me. Like, I planned on being an IRL streamer long before VTubing was a thing. I was gonna like wait like 3 years, like, this was gonna happen anyway. So it works. I don't really understand your question, minimal pull-ups to become a VTuber. I don't really understand that question. Yeah, like in the beginning when I started to play with the immersion breaks, I started off with hand cam streams, which were very scary. Like, but now we're like so much farther. Like I do this every week. Eventually I'll be doing VTuber only streams, not as often as I do the hybrid ones, but I will be doing like more of those. Yeah. But this is what's helped me not to quit VTubing, honestly. Like, I just felt like no matter what I did just solely as a VTuber, like, I wasn't getting, like, I don't want to sound like, wow, poor me, like, and complaining, but I wasn't reaping the benefits. Like, everyone else was growing around me, and I was doing, like, double the work, and, like, I'm just like, why am I not growing? And then I realized the secret sauce. Oh, what do these people have that I don't? Proper management, or an agency, or a team, and it's just like, yeah, and like that's why I've been like searching to get it, and I just kind of like gave up, and I'm just like, well, I guess I'll just make my own team and like find reliable people, because I am just done with dealing with what I went through. That's funny. I feel flattered. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, that's my whole saga. That's my side. We're gonna touch into some of the other girls in a moment, because they deserve to be heard, and their stories are, they're worse. I'm sorry. I can't put it lightly, because they were actually contracted with him, and I really feel with anyone who's currently contracted and trying to get out, and I will 100% support them with anything they have to put out there. But yeah, that's the whole thing. We'll be going into the document again. I have to pee. I just, I just hate doing like too many BRBs because I'm like, I have abandonment issues. I'm just like, please don't leave me if I'm gone for like a second. It would be really gross if I had like, I do have this, I don't use it anymore. I've never used it on stream, like a shiwi. It's like the girl equivalent to like travel pee bottles. Like just shut my webcam off, mute, pee, wipe, sanitize, and just be like, okay, I'm back. But that's too risque. Maybe that would work for Fansly. I bet those sickos would like to hear it. I actually have like an idea reward in mind for a Fansly stream, but we're not gonna talk about that. But yeah, a lot's changed. I mean, I do that now. It's helped with the trauma. I really am a girl failure. I really am. But it's okay though. I'm making it work. I'm making it work, guys. I have to pee so bad. I can't take it. I'll BRB. I'll try to be really fast. What the heck? What is this conversation? I can't do a normal human action without people being weird about it. Alright, well I'm back and I washed my hands. I didn't dry them very well. Kind of see like they're still wet. Okay, anyway. What are these questions? Okay. So we're going to take a moment and breathe for a sec, and then we're gonna go back to the document because I really want to play that phone call where Shino literally admits his girlfriend's not even diagnosed with autism. I really just want to hear it. But I also want to hear like the more like serious matter of that phone call too, because why plot was thrown into a phone call is ridiculous for that, why that phone call even happened. And I'm lucky that I didn't have to deal with his GF shenanigans. I have nothing against his girlfriend. I didn't deal with her. She said like one word to me, like when we were in a group, just like hi. But like, actually, did I meet her? I don't know. I don't know if I can't even remember because like groups were deleted. What's up with my new Discord name? Do I get into this right now? Do we get into this? Do you guys want me to get into like what's going on in my Discord? Okay, this whole inside joke happened because I misread something. I misread something as Pregorino, and someone made their name pregnant, and everyone's pregnant in my server. They're having me. I'm being rebirthed. Everyone's pregnant with me. The father is an alien parasite that took my DNA and impregnated chat. And yeah, I'm having my rebirth redebut. So right now I'm in a stage where the egg is being fertilized. So yep, chat's having baby knee. That's just all you gotta know. If you want to be a part of the madness, here's my Discord server. I don't know how long I'm gonna do this bit though, because I feel like it's gonna scare newcomers and people are just gonna be like, when are people gonna stop being pregnant in your server? I'm afraid it's gonna just drive people away, so I don't know. I'm just having fun with the bit right now. But yeah. Yeah, so that's... I should put that in my FAQ. A bunch of people sent me fan art to use for each trimester, so right now Akuma drew like my like egg getting fertilized, like, and then we have like the 1 month where it's just gonna be like a beam, then 2 months, 3 months, and then the fetus keeps growing. I change my picture per trimester, but I don't think we're gonna stay true to trimester because this is gonna take 9 months if we take it too seriously. I'm probably just gonna speed run the whole preggy arc, so that's that. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, our server's something, and if you want to become a Nikon, that's how you do it. Alright, but back into serious stuff. So I'm going to be reviewing the other talents. We're moving on from my segment, but before we move on from my segment, does anyone have any questions about what I went through, things they were curious about in my onboarding? Because I will be answering them now, and I won't really be revisiting them this stream. And this is the last time I'm ever going to be talking about this unless shit really blows up and I have to like pull more screenshots. But hopefully, like, I don't have to do that. I do keep in touch with Jay. We were talking, the screenshots that you saw in the document, like, they were literally from this week or last week. Or no, yeah, they were from last week, because I had to ask him important stuff. We're still friends, we still talk. Need us. There's so many, like, puns you can make with my name. Jay's awesome, like, he's such a good guy, and you want to know something interesting? Actually, I don't know if I could say that. Is Jay open about that? He was going through really rough shit during my onboarding, like really scary shit. So yeah, he's like really a homie. So what made me stay? I was, you know, debating just quitting VTubing and just being like Pokimane or something, just being like a full-on like regular Twitch streamer. What made me stay is the love I've gotten with just the hybrid VTubing. Yeah, it's kind of like, I'm still a VTuber. Like, even if I'm not like a traditional one, like, I still count. That's kind of what made me stay. I was just so tired of just like dumping all this work into VTubing and it getting nowhere. And it really hit me a certain way when something I would post on Twitter that I put my sweat and soul into as a VTuber would barely get recognition, and just me posting a picture in a cute outfit would get like thousands and thousands of likes. I'm just like, okay. Yeah. It's hard to grow as just a VTuber. I don't know, my heart goes out to people that are just doing that and don't have proper management or an agency. I said I would become more of a full-time VTuber again if I found like the right agency for me, but I have very specific requirements. Like, a lot of them unfortunately don't suit my needs. They want me to change my IP, they want control over my IP, they want me to rebrand. They probably wouldn't be okay with the spicy stuff that I do, like, off of Twitch. Like, yeah, I mean, there's one agency that someone recommended to me, but I don't think I'd be a good fit for them, even though they do spicier things. For personal reasons, I'm just going to leave that there. Yeah, there's just like a lot of like things I would kind of like need to be in an agency nowadays. Definitely want to keep my name, want to keep my brand, my look. But yeah, I got any more questions about me or just my stuff as a VTuber? Because in the next few minutes I'm going to move on. Yeah, it's difficult. I feel why it's so difficult nowadays is because it's very oversaturated. I became a VTuber in late 2020, where it wasn't as known. There was no Hall IVN yet, and I would get a lot more viewers. And then when more people started doing it, it became more of like a rat race, and I didn't like that. I don't feel that when I do these hybrid streams. Maybe because there's not a lot of people doing it, but People have asked, would you ever do Hololive? That's a really big decision. That's a very big decision. Not now, but maybe in another part of my life when I feel like I've achieved everything I've wanted to as Little Nee. I have a lot of feats and stuff I really want to achieve in the next 5 years while I'm still in my 20s. So it's just like, yeah. Welcome, welcome. So, okay, I think we're gonna move on unless we have any more questions. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally capable of doing that work. It's just, if you commit to an agency, I think I told you guys, Idol reached out to me and they were ready to just sign with me. They had me skip the interview stuff. The thing is, those agencies really want you to dedicate like a year of your time to them and abandon your old brand for a bit. And I don't want to do that right now, especially with all the stuff I want to achieve. I have a lot of stuff in progress right now. Yeah. No, it hasn't soured me towards agencies. It has towards indie managers more than agencies. Because everyone in Flask that I've met has been so sweet. And I don't think half of those people work there anymore. Jay doesn't, the temp manager doesn't. So no, I've been a lot more like careful, as I said, like put my quills up with managers. Independent, it's better, but it's a lot more work. You know, I wasn't made so girl boss, and I couldn't do it anymore. That's why I started looking for a manager. And I do have some help now. It's really taken the load off me. I have someone that manages like specific things for me. I can't really call them like a full-on manager, but they help me with specific things. And I have like a team of like people that help with specific things, like all which I cultivated myself, and what this coordinator has helped me find and sourced. I'm in a much better position now. But if I ever get the chance, I would love a more like, you know, like full-fledged like manager, like someone like, I don't know, but I have it a lot better right now. Okay, so yeah, I mean, listen, I felt pretty scared even speaking on my own. Like, I've thought about it and I'm like, nah, Nee, just let it go, just let it go, just let it go. But then seeing all the other people's experiences, that's what kind of gave me the courage to speak up about things. Right, I'm giving like a few more minutes to ask me questions, extending the grace period a bit. But yeah, like there's a lot of things I kept silent on. This was a big one. Never thought I'd be able to talk about this, but here we are. But yeah, I'm still gonna be doing the VTuber thing. I'm still gonna be doing the IRL thing. It's just my thing now, I guess. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, originally I didn't want to do this by myself. It's because, like, then I have to, like, deal with the stress of, like, going back and forth with Shino on the internet. I have enough stress in my life. And, that's originally why I didn't want to do with it. So, that's an interesting question. Did they have a hand in... Nope, they didn't. I mean, also, I wasn't contracted with Shino. So, actually, I don't even know if, like, I would have problems with that. But, yeah, there's some stuff I just don't know. Because I wasn't I never got to, yeah. But, okay, if you guys are ready, I'm going to revisit, the document again. We're going to be going through some of the other girls, and I'm going to give my opinion on some of the things they went through. I side with all of them. There's not one person I don't side with who had to deal with this BS. Listen. I wish no ill will on Shino whatsoever. I do not want people going out and attacking him. He needs to use this as a learning experience. And hopefully he could become better. Like, we make mistakes as human. I said in the beginning, this doesn't justify the behavior. But that man was going through fucked up shit. He was going through way too much. And I genuinely felt, as an empath, I really felt for him. And fucked up shit can do so much to a person's brain. I don't think he was in the right place, but he should have realized, like, treating people like that is not okay. And I genuinely hoping things for him get better. You know, that man has a life, has a family. I don't wish for his whole world to fall apart. Honestly, some of you guys might think I'm crazy for saying this, but I felt really bad for him. Knowing that this document was going out, like, this, I know this is gonna ruin his life. You know, even though he's, like, hurt me and other people, like, imagine having, like, your whole life torn apart. But he dug his own grave, and I had to cut my empathy at some point, you know, even though I was feeling, like, a weird guilt. Like, not even for, like, saying my side, but, like, for all of us collectively doing this, I'm like, no, it needs to happen. Everything that's happened to the other girls is so wrong. It's not okay, and justice needs to come to light. But anyway, I'm gonna pan to the other document. I just need some water. So we're just gonna go in order of the girls. We're not gonna go through all of them, and I'm just gonna kind of paraphrase. And if you want to see this document on your own, here it is. So, okay. But yeah, like, again, I wish no ill will towards him. He didn't deserve to go through the things that he went through. Like, I'm not gonna disclose what he went through. It's fucked up. So this first person on here is Brat, who I've had the pleasure of meeting and talking to. I might actually be meeting her at a convention. If I end up going, because I was invited to do an after party for a certain convention. So I had no idea about Brat. I was under the impression that the only people onboarding were me and Bibli. So this is very interesting information. In December of 2023, which is when Shino dropped me, so that's very interesting. Cause yeah, I was told it was only me and Bibli. So a month of her first live debut, she had this trial, the infamous trial. The first month went really well, I'm surprised. Minus the lore being completed and having to come up with things. So yeah, so she had a contract for 3 months and followed along a contract that would end in January 2025 of this year. So she does have some video, or no, yeah, they're like video audios. That's what she provided. So when Bibli left at the end of October, early November, which seems like 2024, things really escalated. He pulled us into a group. Okay, so Bibli told me a bit of this. So he would talk badly about this other talent, Bibli, to his other talents, and he did this to me too. He told me the info about someone that was leaving Flask, being like terminated. He's told me about another talent, not being terminated, but like her business and like what she was going through. Like, that is so unprofessional. Like, for real. Basically saying like Bibli went crazy, saying she was like crashing out, saying she had like an alcohol problem. Like, this is crazy. But yeah, so apparently Bibli was already dealing with Shino and she didn't know how to confront all of it. And then other people came to her and were like, hey, like, I totally see what you're saying. Like, I've been dealing with my own shit too. And like, that's kind of how the document was made. Like, you know, everyone kept having like similar experiences. Out of that, he asked us not to speak of her out of our safety in it. That is such bullshit. Definitely because he didn't want it coming back to him. Anytime Bibli was mentioned or anything that could relate to her, little comments we made about her. For example, Bibli had posted looking for a PA on Twitter, and he had brought up in my meeting, wow, that sounds familiar, a joke about her never being able to find a real manager. What? I don't remember reading this. That's just cruel. That's just fucking cruel. After you guys know, wow, joking that someone can find a manager after what you guys read about me, that's just cruel. That's cruel. Wow. That's just so cruel. I don't even know what to say. I bet he was like, no, never mind. It's not important. Okay. That pisses me off. I originally don't remember reading that. He would send screenshots of himself in VCs and with groups of managers, tell me how he ran meetings to teach them all. And they all looked up to him. I highly doubt that. And essentially, he was a hero worship. And implied that if he told them not to work with someone, they would listen to him. Yeah, because, I don't know, usually if you're a man and running something, and you're a woman, you feel like scared to speak up or do anything. I don't think it's because they worshipped him. Probably a bunch of fear-mongering. He would mention this anytime he felt I was misbehaving because I had multiple close friends said group, implying a threat, yup. I would lose my friends if I left to argue with any of his choices. So, to paraphrase this, next part, so Plot was kind of like doing her own thing apart from Chino. She ran this server called vSimp, and it's like a huge server where all these people come to play Rust, and I think she was debuting this server. Like, she spent all this time like organizing it like all by herself, and Chino, knowing this, like demands to pull her into a meeting about something, and we're going to listen to it. I ran the server completely alone. Chino helped me out one time out of the 6 months. Yep, I'm not surprised. In the very beginning, by contacting a person on Fiverr. Fiverr is pretty cool. Shout out to Fiverr. To set up an initial game server. Outside of that, he has not. Yeah, so this is basically like her own thing. On opening day of my new game server, I took the day off to work on my job. There's no overwhelming amount of work that still needs to be done. And so we're just gonna skim, and yeah, so he starts yelling at her the day of this big opening of her server that they have to have a meeting immediately. So we're going to listen to this meeting in a moment, so that's why I'm scrolling a bit, because we're gonna listen to it. It's a pretty short one. It's only like a 6-minute audio. I gave it a day to think. I honestly was upset with myself, thinking how horrible I was for not helping this person who had no connection with me. This is a girlfriend, by the way. This girlfriend, she doesn't interact with me, not try to be my friend, but I was expected to use my platform to build her up because of her long-term romantic relationship with my manager. So yeah, so this is the bullet that I dodged because I never got to onboard. So if I got to onboard, I would have to deal with not only worrying about myself, but promoting his girlfriend, who was also an assistant. Isn't that like a huge like conflict of interest? A girlfriend VTuber assistant? What? I don't... Bruh. So he basically starts berating Plot about not promoting his girlfriend. But yeah. So... Anyway. She spent a lot of money on stuff, including over $2,000 worth of assets and abundant amount of time, effort, and creativity towards and produced. Oh my god, this is just so messy. He basically stole from her. He openly discussed the personal lives of other yep. This is just basically everything I've confirmed in my own document. Telling me about other people's businesses. Okay, this is like a really big one. Telling me merch details about other people's drops, asking me for contacts for producers I specialize in, blah, 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 blah. He would tell me how he would punish her by seizing accounts like Twitch and Patreon. Yep, so he would lock his talents out of their accounts when, I guess, they've crossed a line with him, which is fucked up. That is so fucked up. And one of the talents sensed this, and she said no to Chino. She said no to giving her his model. Oh, sorry, giving her model to Chino. This was guilty because she sensed, and he literally said like, well, we're not working together anymore because he didn't. Anyway, my ADHD is kicking in. Anyway, I would get a text-to-speech to read this, but yeah, so there was this other talent that was terminated from Flask that did like a whole smear campaign at a convention. I also knew about her too. I didn't know about the smear campaign because this was after me. I kind of don't blame her, but she also did some things that were questionable. Myself, Guilty, and Bibly were at a point where we were pulled into an emergency call after WeaveCon in 2024. We were told that his talent was on a smear campaign against Channel and Flask. Sorry, against him and Flask. They were accusing him of stealing from them and manipulating them. Sounds kind of true. He went on to discuss their taxes, what the fuck, in detail, their health, their lifestyle, their sexy... That's so unnecessary. That's so unnecessary, but yeah, so I'm not going to read every single girl's document in depth because this will take me like 6 hours to go through. So I'm just gonna kind of go through like the important parts that I remember. And if you want to read this on your own time, that's the document. But anyway, there's that. He would chat GPT and AI everything. His partner would add to the group chats out of our personal business Discord. She had an alt account that was not, yeah, did not do a very good job. We were told she was an assistant, yup, like me, that came and grabbed notes for him. We found out months later after questioning how she knew about so many of our projects that were not public knowledge and was doing exact copies of the things they had planned. So his girlfriend started to steal her debut ideas because remember, she's not just an assistant, she's also a VTuber. So she would steal all their talents' ideas. It's fucked. She's owed a lot of clips from Shino. She's owed a lot of content from him. Yeah. Since leaving Flash at the end of my contract, Shino has told other talents I have been doing illegal things and stole from him. He's been slandering me to mutuals that I'm crazy and crashing out, that will figure out I fucked up. And he's chose to terminate me because I was overworking him more than he was contracted for. I can imagine me getting told that shit if I ended up going into a contract. Because, like, I would call him out and be like, you're not doing your job. And I guess he would say I'm overworking him. That's probably what happened to her. I guarantee. And forcing him to work on things outside of his contract. He removed me from all other business and group chats. Yup. Just basically punishes her, removes her from group chats, like, locks her out of shit. Claims and stealing his IP knowledge despite the fact she paid for like the stuff. I think I don't know if she's the one that had the call where like she says no to giving her like VTuber IP for him to like test out. I think that was guilty. So video 2 is really long. I did listen to all of video 2. It was very hard to listen to. This is just a synopsis of it. I'm just gonna read the synopsis of video 2 because we're not gonna read video 2. We're just going to watch video 1. This was the time I spoke with Shino. It was supposed to be a normal meeting call despite us not having one for weeks. Oh my god. It's supposed to happen weekly. He informed me that he was taking 50% ownership of a project I've been working on since October with minimal help from him. He tells me that I'm not worth anyone doing the show and that the only reason people would show up is for him. Wow, that's a whole bunch of cap. That is so emotionally manipulative. And his worth. And that if I didn't sign stating him as half ownership, he would do the show himself. So yeah, basically she has this, you know, idea that's hers to do the show. And then if she doesn't want to do the show anymore, he's like, well, I should still continue the show and have someone replace you, which that's something else. But so this first video we're going to go into is him literally pulling her outside of her giant server debut to berate her about not retweeting his girlfriend. This is what this all is, and this is the conversation where he literally exposes that she doesn't have diagnosed autism, but that's not the point of this audio. Anyway, so we're just going to watch this. It's just audio.
I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Is there?
Wait, sorry. Hold on, I'm just trying to fix the volume because it's kind of low.
I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Is there something you and Guilty have a problem with Amelisa's debut?
Guilty's the other talent, by the way. Amelisa's the GF.
No. Why?
It's so awkward
Because
to
neither
ask.
of you have interacted with any of her debut stuff. It's
I
seemed a little odd.
I saw your message a minute ago, but I've literally been trying to get the server running. I've been making these thumbnails for the last, like, you came in here. I've been delegating.
Girl
and,
has
like,
been working her
on it.
ass
I have
off.
not even done my job today. Like, I saw your message earlier, but other than that, like, her stuff doesn't pop up on my timeline a ton. So I didn't even know about it until.
Oh, Sheena would kill me. So I've told you guys that I never look at my Twitter feed. I never look at it because half the time I look at it, I want to throw my phone out a window because I have no control of what I take in. I would get my ass handed to me. I have to like go out of my way to look up people I want to check on because I never look at my feed. But anyway, let's focus on guilty. I mean,
Like,
pot.
a day or so ago. Because the last I heard, she told me about it being art. Like, she messaged me about it like a while back, and I told her it looked good, and she sent me sketches.
So, to kind of give context, Plot had no idea about apparently Amelisa doing this debut. All she knew is that it was in an art stage, like a concept art stage, and now suddenly she's having a debut announcement. What's going on?
So I didn't even know she had a debut that was coming up that fast.
Yep.
But she doesn't interact with me or anything like that.
She stopped
So-
interacting with you guys because she said every time she did, it seemed like you guys were ignoring her. And this is for you and Guilty. And to be fair, I haven't noticed any of you guys interact with any of her stuff, but I've
I mean, that should be their
made
job.
a conscious effort to making sure that she was interacting first and not necessarily asking for anything, but just actually there. And I know that she has been. So, although I do know you guys have been busy, it does seem somewhat targeted. And at this point, I feel like I felt the need to address
That
it.
is such
just
a
'cause
stretch.
I've literally seen you guys interacting with multiple other people's debuts, and just it seemed whether it's intentional or not, it comes across as if you, Orca, and Guilty are ignoring hers. Which,
Okay.
if that is your case and you're actually doing, that's okay.
Girls got their own lives to run. When has it been about like going out of your way to worry about other people's business? Like if you're in like a corp like Hollow Live and it's mandatory, fine. But like, the fuck?
I just wanted to make sure that's not actually going on, or there's something else I should know about.
No, I just literally didn't know anything about it, and it didn't show up on my feed, and until you like added us, and even then I didn't see it until like the next day when you added us because I wasn't looking at it. And then I saw that you sent me the message earlier. I looked at it and I was like, I'll have to do that later. And then I don't know if you've looked at the VSMP, but I had to hunt down 90 people's PNGs.
She's girl
I've
bossing
noticed and
everything.
I've made the comment myself to her that you guys are probably just super busy. So
Like beyond.
Yeah, that's
like,
what it
today
is. That's
especially
all it is.
beyond
They're just busy.
however, but Karma, you know me.
Karma,
I'm very direct with
what?
things. If I felt like it was becoming an issue, I wanted to make sure I just nip it in the bud early, as opposed to like
I
let
mean,
it run on.
I
And
will also say that I'm also very direct with things, and like she's literally come to me and been like, "Hey, is this?" I'm like, "No," and I was like, and also, like, if I ever had an issue, I have no problem telling people that, and I feel like I've proved that multiple times.
I believe it.
I
believe it.
I'm also like severely ADHD and autistic, and I like if it's out of sight, out of mind. Like
Preach.
if it doesn't pop up in front of
Preach.
me, or if you don't send it
Yep.
to me, I'm not gonna see it.
This is what I'm saying. This is what
I
I'm
saw
saying.
it and I was like, whenever you added me, and that was the first time I was like, oh,
I
okay.
got water on me.
And then I immediately jumped back into what I was doing because let's see, it was like the next day you posted it. Yeah, the 7th, and I saw it on Saturday whenever I woke up and started stream pretty much immediately. So I saw it Saturday on stream, and then I don't know, because
Imagine having
it
so
didn't
many
show
things
up on
to
my
do,
timeline or anything,
and then
and
being
that was the
berated
first
about
time anyone
this.
had said anything to me about it. Like even like you haven't really said anything to me. Not that you would. In general, I'm just saying like I
don't know. I think he had like some sort of health issue. I don't know though.
she doesn't talk to me, and she doesn't like interact. Like she doesn't interact with me, and that's not really a problem because it doesn't like we all do our own things or whatever. And I'm the type of person that I will forget about my friends sometimes because object permanence is also with people, and it's out of sight, out of mind, and I will forget people exist until I see them, and then it's just like I saw them yesterday because that's the way my brain works.
Yep.
But either way, I had no idea she even had a debut coming that fast because the last I knew, she showed me sketches of her model
No one
whenever it was
communicates
being
anything.
sketched, and I haven't heard or seen anyone, and pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, if this was like such a big deal to Shino, he should have communicated like, hey, this, Amelisa's debuting. Can you retweet her stuff? Like, if this was that big of a deal.
She showed you guys we were all in a group chat when she showed you guys.
If you're in an agency and you constantly want your talents to be retweeting other talents' debuts, you have to make that clear from the beginning. Like, it's no one's fault. Just saying.
That's all her finished model, but
I wasn't
again,
in there.
you were in there. It was me, you, Orca, and Guilty. She was excited to show all of us. But
When?
it was, we were in my Discord when she did so.
I was not in there.
Gaslighting.
I have
promise
not.
you were.
I
Gaslighting.
promise
Guilty
you, I
was
have
showing
not
off
seen
her
it.
3D model.
Gaslighting.
You may not have seen it. You were in the Discord when she was talking about it. It maybe you just turned her out.
When
But
Guilty showed us the 3D model, that was months
Yes.
ago.
I know that's when her model was done as well.
Okay, but
That's what
either
I'm-
way, like
but
if
regardless.
someone didn't say, "Hey, I've got a debut and this is the day" and all that stuff, like
Yep.
I wouldn't have realized it. And if it
That's
doesn't,
what I'm
if it's not
saying.
sent to me or whatever, or show up on my timeline, then I'm not gonna see it. I mean, I
Okay.
have her up so that I can check in and stuff on my Chatterino, and I try to do my best. But like,
my point is, I'm just here to make sure there's nothing else going on there.
No,
that would cause it.
people are
I was
just
pretty
busy.
Sure there was that, but I would rather ask
my
directly
God.
than beat around the bush about it, because that way I can give a direct answer and know that
I
it's
was.
okay.
You read
Ask
my
the person
mind.
directly. This is
Yeah.
the feeling.
Like literally,
I figured you guys. Were,
I respect her for being able to laugh through this call. I'd be just like so. I'd be pissed. Like the fact that she's laughing, I really admire
all this
that.
busy stuff, but I wanted to ask if there's something else I should know about in the event that there was, and I
I shouldn't say
didn't.
laughing. She more just like giggles here and there. Might be
not
a,
good.
might be a
that I'm
nervous
aware
giggle though.
of. I just literally haven't seen or heard anything of it, and I have been neck deep in this server trying to get it
Yep,
launched today.
she's just dealing
So
with
I
her
saw
own
your
shit.
message today, and I was just like,
Just-
okay, I need to
yep,
do that. But I
focusing on
also have
herself.
scheduled. I have literally 90 people worth of fucking PNG.
I would not be able to handle that
I'm gonna scream.
with no
Because
help.
there's people trying to switch teams and stuff last second, and I also had to do I made a trailer today. I did all this shit, and I just want to stream and
Damn,
play
she
Rust.
really girl bossing.
That's all I want. That's all I want. Anyways, I saw it, and I was just like, when you joined the VC earlier, I was like, hey, I saw your message. I can't right now, but I will.
Lo and behold,
Whenever
she
you got
did.
in earlier.
I must have missed you when you said that. I probably didn't have my headset on. So
Alright,
Just-
so
figured just checking in to make sure.
in these
But
next parts, Shino says some weird stuff, and then the admitting of like the thing that I told you about. What he says in this next part just really pisses me off.
I'm being direct. But yeah. All right, then just making sure we're good there. So anything else
She
comes
does
up,
do
let
VTubing.
me know.
Actually, I
will
want to
alert
ask,
her that you guys
bro, if you're in chat, can you get a link to Plot's Twitter? Because I wanna send a Twitter to every talent that I go over.
don't hate her for the 5th time.
So apparently his girlfriend thinks, wow, everyone hates me. They're ignoring me. They're so mean. It's just like, no. They just have their own shit they're doing. They're full-time content creators. Nobody hates you. They're just neck deep in their own business, and that's all it is.
Probably just show
And
up
that's kind of why I don't really make a lot of friends, because like I don't want to be like accused of like ignoring friends because I'm so fucking busy.
on brain rapes, but
There's
she's
Pod's
the
Twitter.
freshman hanging out with the juniors and
hate
the
this line.
seniors and the
I hate
sophomores,
this
and so
line.
she feels like the little sister, like everybody.
Okay, I have to stop it right there. That line really pissed me off because these girls are still in a freshman stage. They are not even seniors. They have not gotten the help they need, and suddenly you're pushing this VTuber that is supposed to be your assistant when these girls haven't even got to sophomore year, and you're making this analogy like, oh, she's like this little freshman. Everyone's It's like, no, she shouldn't be both an assistant and both a VTuber because that's a conflict of interest. Pick one. Pick one.
He hates her all the time. She's been an only child, so she's never really had to deal with it before.
Not an excuse, but okay.
First, I'm trying to explain to her.
Not like
that
I am.
Sometimes big brothers and big sisters just work on other things, but I just wanted to make sure there was nothing like she didn't kill your dog or
What?
steal your cat.
I forgot he says that. Wait, let me rewind.
That sometimes big brothers and big sisters just work on other things. but
What? Why
I
is
just wanted to make
he?
sure there was nothing.
I don't understand why he starts like comparing these talents to like big brothers and weird sis. Like, what is this? What is this? What is this?
Then like she didn't kill your dog or steal your cat or steal your makeup or whatever without me knowing about it. Sound fair?
Yeah, I get it, but I like literally.
I forgot. I probably would have bursted out laughing at this. Like what? This is being like way. This is being blown like way out of proportion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Like, I've tried to tell
My
her.
stomach
I don't know
hurts.
how else to tell her. Like,
Yeah.
I
I'll hammer it into her head again, and it's probably little sister plus being autistic herself, and
Okay. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Just wait for it. And I'm sorry, your girlfriend can't really be a little sister if she's supposed to be a big sister and be helping other talents. Why is she an assistant?
even though she's not diagnosed, to be fair, one of us
Let me
is,
back
if
that
not
up.
both,
Let me
we're gonna
fucking
figure it
back
out
that up.
eventually,
Let me
but
back that up. Let me
it
back
will
that up.
explain
I'm gonna be
us
quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. I need you guys to take this in.
autistic herself, and
Wait.
I'll hammer it into her head again, and it's probably little sister plus being autistic herself, and even though she's not diagnosed, to be fair, one of us is, if not both. We're gonna figure that out eventually.
You don't give that
It will explain
excuse.
other things about her.
You don't give that excuse. You don't justify shitty behavior as, oh, they have autism. That just makes everyone who has autism diagnosed just look bad. I'm sorry, I had to get that out of my system because I was literally rolling when I heard that. When I confided in Sheena, like, hey, I need some special aid, like, I don't know if you know, but I have autism, I can't remember if I told you, and then he brings up, oh, I understand, Lisa has it too, and talks about Lisa. Girl's not even diagnosed, but anyway.
And I also explain things about me, because I'm just rude. But
That excuse
just wanted to make sure, like I said, no, there was no like secret drama that I wasn't aware of. I'm like, hey, want to make sure this is good so that like I don't have any issue going into the
You're
next
kind of
week. Or,
making
like,
drama.
whatever it is,
Making
we
drama
squash
that
it
was
and
never
kinda
there.
Move on. But
okay.
sound good?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's nothing as far as I'm aware. There's nothing to squash. So
I'm just making sure. 'Cause
It's not.
it's very much probably her own head, and it has been her own head. But
Yeah.
you have, I would say, just so you know, if you look at it from the other perspective, it's one of those things where like they see everybody interacting with everybody except them on Twitter, because she is on Twitter and it's kind of like around and
my
seeing
God.
her
to be
guys'
fair,
posts, and
I
so-
don't interact
We're
with
still
Orca.
talking about this. He's still talking about this.
I know. Even the little things, like I know. Although I know the
This
the
is almost
buckshot
over.
roulette was a weird thing. I brought that up. It was like they don't even hardly interact. It's like, but they still collab together. It's like I just feel like I'm doing something wrong, and I'm like, you're not doing anything wrong.
I mean,
She's not
berating a talent about not retweeting your apparent assistant VTuber girlfriend, that's a whole lot of wrong there.
asking
For multiple reasons, but
or
Probably that too.
anything.
But
And also, she streams either during the day while I'm working or really late at night when I'm not streaming.
when you're asleep, yeah, I brought
So-
that up as well. So I don't-
Like, I
don't think
can't
it's even
really, like, I
necessarily,
have
like,
a
collabing. I
limited
think it's
amount of
just-
time that I can do stuff. And I mean,
It's the Instagram effect. Because she doesn't follow that many people, and she does see you guys in feeds. She sees everybody interacting all the time for the few times she is on Twitter, and so she assumes that she's the only one who's left out.
it's like, why do you care so much about what other people are doing when you're a content creator? You should be focused on yourself, not about feeling FOMO. Like, what? I don't know. But basically, that's this call. It pretty much, it's gonna end in a moment. Okay, the audio is really loud. So there is like this 20-minute call that they have. I don't know if it's them or Plot, or no, I don't know if it's them or Guilty. That's Plot I'm talking about. We're not gonna listen to it because it's very long, and we need to touch on other callants before I faint from not eating. So this is, how long is this one? So this is a 25-minute conversation that they have. But yeah, I really wasn't kidding about what I said was in this video call, the first one. But yeah, there's like a whole thing about Shino wanting to take over a project that's hers and feeling entitled to it. That's that whole video. And you can look at this document, or already copied and pasted on your own time because it is a lot to digest. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to really cover everything in depth. But yeah, like, let me show you the chat GPT usage. It's so fucking obvious. Oh my god. Listen, as someone who has trouble explaining and articulating things, I don't think there's any issue with using chat GPT to make concept art and sending it to a real artist to do so much better and put their own take on it. But it's another thing if you're literally using AI art for content. Like, it's... Where's the freaking AI art? I think it's towards the bottom. Look at that! The freaking AI bucktooth! I don't know why, whenever you do, like, chibi characters, it always gives them, like, one bucktooth. The asymmetric eyes, the eye, like, having, like, one eyelash. How is that acceptable? You're also going to get your talents in big trouble. Because AI art gets so much heat. For reasons that I understand. I do not want to be involved with AI art. But you're also going to be causing more issues for your talents. They're going to think, people who come across this are going to think the talents are responsible for AI art. This is so bad. It's so bad. The image is the first, okay, I think this is also AI art. Like, this looks better, but I don't know, something still looks off. This yeah, this is AI art. Look at this finger. What is wrong with that finger? That finger! The thumb just like... What is wrong with it? Oh my god. I don't even know what to say. So I guess I would have been getting AI art for thumbnails and events and like, but yeah, Plot's case is serious. It is not a joke. If you would like to read her story, please do it. Please go support her. Bro, if you could give Plot's Twitter again, because we're going to move on to Guilty in a moment. You could get someone to do promo art like this for so cheap, like, right? Please go follow Plot on Twitter. She's the one who helped to give us all a voice, her and Bibbly. I think Bibbly created the doc. She's the parent of this whole document, like creating it mainly. And then Plot spoke us up on all our behalves and got this thing rolling on Twitter. The scariest thing to do. I have so much respect for her. And that's Plot's document. I'm sorry I couldn't cover all of it because I am getting very hungry. So here's Guilty. She had it pretty bad. They all had it bad. It's not a competition. We've all had our types of bad. Some similar, some completely different to each other. Everything just all kind of being like similar, like not communicating, gaslighting, emotional manipulation, like, you know, that sort of stuff. So she signed with Shino. Jesus, how many talents was he signing? I had no idea about Guilty. She also signed in 2023 of December when Shino let me go. So he slowly made it clear he was growing very busy and started to show inconsistency with upholding his end of the contract. I would DM him only to be ignored. Yup. I was having open communication with him per my contract. His timing for meetings was awful. Yup. It's just all the same stuff you've been hearing. I would have to contact his partner, so she would have to get in touch with Lisa to be like, hey, you have a meeting with someone stuff. Oh, let me follow Plot. I'm not following her on Twitch. Okay. Sorry, the screen's all like messed up. Let me fix that for you guys. Okay. To make it worse, he did not care if he missed meetings. Like, he'd be like, oh, sorry, so-and-so was debuting. I don't care if I missed your meeting, or sorry, I have TwitchCon. He would make excuses how he's so busy the whole week, and like, especially after conventions. He did not provide stuff. He did not provide clips. This is all very similar to what I talked about. He was inconsistent with communication as well as providing clips. He assured me that he had in-house editors that were constantly in training or hiring new people. That kind of explains why my clips were subpar, especially if they were in training. Sometimes once it go by and no word, he would drop either some great formatted clips or awful ones that made no sense. Yup, I guess I got the awful ones. Like, I got the most random clips. I was like, why is this clipped? He would eventually ask me to add 2 editors to both YouTube and Twitch. This is just all about like inconsistency and then him saying to Guilty like, you're not entertaining enough, so clips aren't being made. Your community's not clipping you, which is something he also said to me at the time because like that's what I was dealing with. But making it feel like it's the talent's fault for the lack of clips, and like that's the whole point of having a clipping team, is to just solve that issue. So okay, so this whole TwitchCon thing, I'm going to preface it because it's very long. And this is not a fun thing to talk about. Oh, thank you so much for gifting, Anne. Somebody got drugged. Their drink got spiked at TwitchCon, and they spoke up about it, and Shino blacklisted a victim and saying that she's crazy and lied. Oh, Plot, I was told you're lurking. I love you. I love you, Plot. But this is really fucking bad. Shino trying to silence a victim who was roofied. I don't know if they were roofied. I don't know what it was. But basically making fun of this girl that got, like, drugged. Sorry, like, my ADHD is going all over. There's just so much in this. Basically, his girlfriend causing drama for other talents. He constantly took credit for other VTubers he had already, like, who have like already been like doing stuff, saying like it was his thing, his idea, especially in the talent. Oh, Plot, you typed in chat? Wait, where? Did I miss you? I'm so sorry. I have really bad ADHD when I'm going between stuff. But yeah, he would take credit and be like, oh, I set a trend, this is my thing. But there's something about Guilty's case in particular that I want to touch upon. Okay, so this is the main thing I want to talk about with Guilty, because I can't remember every single thing. Oh, hey, Plot! Yeah, thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate it. And I was telling chat, I'm not sure if you were here, but like you handled this so well. You handled this much better than I would have, honestly. Like, I would probably have had a breakdown. Like, I know it's not easy at all. And thank you for, you know, kickstarting this all. Like, I really admire that. So yeah, we're not gonna listen to this whole call because it is very painful to listen to. And it's long. But I just need you guys to listen to some of this. Alright, let me... Because this is a big no-no. So Guilty basically caught on that Shino tries to control his talents. Like, locking them out of their accounts. All this other shit. Basically, Guilty had this model she was going to debut, and Shino was demanding for a copy of it to test. And you don't... My rigger taught me this. I was completely oblivious to this. I have a very good rigger who looks out for me. So I was going to commission somebody over the summer to make me like a swimsuit for my model, and they asked for my model, and something didn't sit right with me with that. So I said to my rigger, hey, this artist is asking for a copy of my model. He's like, you never give out your model. You're basically giving your identity to someone and they could do whatever they want with it. So basically this call is Guilty is not letting Shino use her model to test things. I don't know what he has to test, because whenever me and my rigger tested stuff, we would literally go on a call where I would share my screen and they'd be like, okay, move your head like this, blink like this, nod like this. That's testing. Shino does not need to be testing a model that's not his. There's no excuse for that. And he basically blows up on her because Guilty's not letting him control her. That's what this call is.
Everything. All of that was fine.
Okay, wait. So wait. Wait, okay, so this is only a 6-minute call. This is only a 6-minute call, so we'll listen to the whole thing.
This model and everything.
I was confusing it with Plots with the 25-minute call, which very hard to listen to. I listened to all of that. Plot, you were so strong and brave.
This model and everything. All of that was fine. The only thing is, I don't have the actual like fully finished rig model anyway. It is like Sam is still working. I was just talking to him.
Yep, that's how they get stolen.
We'll have an update, and everything should be fine. He said he has to fix one little thing that he caught, and then he'll send it to me, and then that way I could take a look at it, go over it, make sure everything's okay, and if something needs to be fixed, he can get right on it because he knows we don't have a lot of time. That's just the thing. It's just like he's busy. I understand, and I respect that. You know, he has religious holidays, which I get. You know, I'm not the religious type, but I'm going to respect somebody else's, you know, religious identity and what they have to do.
That's his business, yeah. That's not my point. I get all that. I haven't had a problem with any of that.
You do, buddy.
The only thing I'm confused is like why you were under the impression that I shouldn't have it to be able to check or test for things myself. Like that I have no experience with this, I've never checked or tested for anything. Or that like it
I
is
never
a
said you
I'm
don't
a nigga.
have experience.
You don't need to.
Like that. I'm just saying.
Okay,
like,
that's not the point then. I don't understand this mindset of like you don't want to give it to me. For what reason? I've been a part of the entire process up to this point.
That doesn't give you the
hasn't been an
right.
issue like this. The entire process up to this point. What is the issue now?
there was no issue. I wanted it done specifically my way, so I was.
That's
just
fine.
doing
I don't
it
have a problem with the way you
This is
have it.
so
That
hard to
doesn't mean that
listen
I'm
to.
not
Oh
going
my
to
God.
check it or test it. That's still part of my job.
I mean,
I don't understand your reason for not wanting me to do that.
okay, I was under the impression that a part of like your job was to just literally help manage and help keep me oriented. It had nothing to do
Yep.
with the actual like. You need a copy
Well,
of.
are
that
you
model.
telling? So what you're telling me is you don't want to send the model?
Oh, you can tell he's pissed.
Don't want me to have it, or you don't think I should have it then?
You shouldn't
I
have
just
it.
figured like it was just all mine. Like I was just going to figure out how I wanted it rigged. I wasn't looking for anybody's like other opinion on it, other
I'm not-
than like me just trying to.
Oh, he's
break
trying to
and
hold it back,
seeing
yeah.
If this was the quality that I wanted, that was pretty much it. I didn't have any expectation of sharing it with anybody.
As you
besides all of
shouldn't.
my backups that I have.
Should never share your
In
model.
my general thoughts, not really worried about like changing your quality. My only thought was basically just to test it. Only thing I've ever used it
That's
for is
such
to test
bullshit.
it, and if need-
Just to test it. You're this angry about testing someone else's model. Like I said, how I test things with my rigger. He says, okay, Nee, share your screen. All right, blink like this. All right, that's not moving right. Okay, go into your settings, calibrate this to insert number here. That's how you test it. He does not need to be going into the model and making tweaks, especially because people's faces are shaped differently. Like someone else using my model is going to be off for them because their facial proportions are differently. That's not how it works. VTube Studio uses facial mapping. Okay? And like I just
needed to create thumbnails, which we've done before, and you've had the thumbnail situation.
you need the model. Let me get this straight. He needs the model to create thumbnails. It takes me 1 second to open up VTube Studio, take a bunch of little expressions, and send them in a folder for a person to make me thumbnails. He does not need to be doing that himself. What is this, Cap? What is this?
I've never had the situation with you where I've needed to ask you for a thumbnail over and over again. Like I've just been able to have you do it, but that doesn't mean as I've gotten more experience and understanding and learning how to check things, I've also practiced learning how to learn basically how to break them, what might cause breaks.
Okay, great. Good
Different,
for
I'm
you. You're
basically doing
learning. You
different
don't need
tutorials
the
myself
model.
since this is the
Get your own model if you
I've
want to
worked on
learn.
at this point to like check for things that I know you might miss or that you just might not think to check, or even things that I've learned recently from working with other people that were they should work in most cases, but if you do these two things back and forth, sometimes you can kind of issues and testing things like that. But point still doesn't bring past that. Are you saying to me right now you do not want me to have the model because you don't think I need to have it, or you just don't want me to have it?
Both are justifiable reasons. You should not have it, period. She does not need to justify why you shouldn't have it.
I mean, I don't think you need to have it, like I said.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
was already doing everything like testing it
Preach.
myself the way that I wanted. I didn't think I needed to really run it past anybody.
Right? You should.
So
She should only be doing
I
this for
don't really
her,
feel the
like,
need to really share with anybody
rig
that,
dad,
and
like
then,
what,
like,
or rig mom, whatever.
I mean, like I don't even
That is
have
not how
the
we.
full
I don't.
base anyway.
I don't know what your mindset has been, or how you've come to the conclusion. This is not how we worked up until this point.
Yeah, translation. You're not giving me control or full access to something. I'm mad at you. You're not letting me control you. I'm mad at you. You were in the wrong because you're not allowed to have a voice. You were under my control.
I'm not gonna continue working like this where I'm playing back and forth games, half this, half truths, half that. I'm not interested in it anymore. So here's what I'm gonna do. I wanted to, at the very least, just work to the debut, get you the debut, and have you be there.
I don't think she
But
even debuted yet.
whatever reason, you seem to want to be split in terms of combative and not actually like work together, at least towards your own debut.
Gaslighting. You're the one being combative. She has been so reasonable, so calm. You are just lashing out at her because she doesn't want to give you access to her shit.
Debut. I'm not gonna
Combative,
play the render gaze.
You have not tried to communicate with me about my debut or anything. You
Yep,
wanted to
he
be
doesn't
petty because I
communicate.
didn't share
What
all my
everyone's
stuff.
saying.
You wanted to be petty. No, you wanted
No,
to be
that's
petty.
not-
And
Ooh,
you wanted to hide it.
I just have to take a pause because my empathy, it is hurting to hear someone get treated like this. Like, apparently, I'm gonna have to charge my phone in a moment because it's on low battery because my model's like really taking up the power. I'm gonna have to like reset like my stuff, but you can see how angry he's getting with her. Like, yeah, like he's like starting to like really raise his voice at her. Let me just plug in my phone. I have to do some audio tweaking. 1 second. Also, do you like my phone case? I think those are hamsters. I don't really know what those are. But yeah, okay. What's up? Can you guys hear me okay? Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Are we good? Thank you. I can show you guys the case again. So, yeah, what was I saying? What was I saying? I know this hasn't been a fun stream. This has been like my most serious stream I've ever had. But these talents need to be heard. How they got treated is so unacceptable. It's not okay. And if you like this, follow Plot. She's having her debut on literally 420. That's so based. Please go follow Plot. She's really chill and awesome. I haven't talked to her much, but I have, you know, we've exchanged like just like Twitter words here and there. She seems really chill. But anyway, her audio is almost over. After her audio, I have to pee again. Because literally, this bottle, I filled it to the top. Look how much water is left. Yeah, okay.
Information from me.
That's not hiding information. I just didn't want to be dealt with drama.
No, exactly. No, exactly. You hid information from me for the purpose of not involving drama, but then made it a bigger drama issue. Made this much bigger than
you
it
did.
probably should have been. Should have been addressed when it happened. Yes, but I asked multiple times to address the situation because I had no idea any of this was going on.
You don't communicate with anybody.
You decided because whether you wanted to be drama or you wanted to be petty or whatever the case it was.
He was okay.
All of you decided you guys wanted to handle it on your own.
Not handing me my documents was the most petty thing ever. He is the epitome of petty. I don't know what he's talking about.
And didn't handle it properly. So I'm not going to sit here and argue with you anymore about it. I'm not here to argue with anybody about it anymore. What I'm going to do is this. Since you're changing up from the work experience we've had up until this point, I'm just going to send you a refund for the last 6 months. So from here to TwitchCon.
So he cancels her contract.
When the seems so started for you.
The moment this girl has a voice, he cancels everything on her. Does that ring a bell to you guys?
$2.
Does that seem familiar? The moment she speaks up and says no. He makes her out like the bad guy, cancels her contract.
You can keep the last 2 payments, and then I'm just going to send you a termination here saying, hey, we're going to stop
Terminates her.
I would like to at least get you your debut, not because I want to work past your debut, not even because I wanted money from your debut. I just wanted to actually get to your debut properly to make sure it works.
Honestly, true.
It does not seem to be that's where your head's at.
Nah, Plot. I was saying, like, I really dodged a bullet. Even though I was really pressed at the time. I said I wasn't hard pressed. I'm contradicting myself. At the time, I was upset that my onboarding never started. I guess this is a taste of what I would have had to go through. Oh my god, I really feel for you, lady, so much. And let me guess, did she had to do her whole redebut by her? Okay, so in this audio, correct me if I'm wrong, Shino said he'll still help her with her redebut. Let me guess. He didn't. He just let her to rot, right? And she had to pick up the pieces all herself, right?
I'm not going to be trying to work with someone who I feel is actively working against me or working against my own interests. I'm not doing
no.
that anymore. So that's what I'm gonna do. We should refund. I already calculated it's about $1,900. She's gonna send you $2,000 back just to keep it, whatever. And then at this point, you can handle your stuff from here. I'm gonna move forward, and we're just gonna end it there.
Unbelievable.
Okay. I mean, all I wanted was to be able to see the lore stuff, and that was it.
And all I wanted was to be able to check the model, but apparently that was inappropriate.
Yeah, it is fucking inappropriate. I'm livid. That is inappropriate, okay? That's fucking inappropriate. I'm sorry. Everything about this is inappropriate. He did not give her the money. He said he would either. But we all pulled together. You guys are angels. I'm really glad you guys have each other. Holy shit. I'm actually fuming. I need to pee and step away to calm down for a moment. I will BRB and then we're gonna move on to the next document. If you would like to read all of Guilty's story, it's in this document, but I'm gonna BRB very quickly, everyone. I'll put on some music in a sec. Alright. Got all the pee out. Have calmed down from that. But yeah, it's very hard to listen to that. I do not like hearing other people. I do not like hearing other people get hurt. I really don't. The moment she said no and established boundaries, she was the bad guy and get let go'd. I am having a brain stroke. But yeah, there's other fucked up things she went through. And we are already 3 hours and 30 minutes, and I thought this stream would be like a max of 2 hours, but I did feel it was necessary to go through the other girls and their stuff, because it's not all about me. A large part of why I got involved was to give these other girls a voice, because what they went through it's so wrong. It's so wrong. Let me recalibrate my model 1 second. Okay. Yeah, and he apparently hasn't paid people back and like accused them of stealing. God knows what he would have made up about me if I ended up onboarding. But anyway, I'm going to go back to the document. So we're going to move on to Orkatsuki. But yeah, Guilty has so much stuff. So many receipts. So many things. And I would really go check it out and support her. Once again, could I please have Guilty's Twitter link in here so you guys can go support her. She has a really unique model too. She's like a 6'8". I don't know what her species is, but she's like a giant. He keeps saying that. Thank you, Plot. I really appreciate that, especially because I've told my chat, like, I never felt like I could speak out on this by myself because I felt like Shino would turn around and be like, you have no right to speak out against me. You never onboarded. Keep your mouth shut, Nee. I had a feeling that would have happened, but thank you so much for supporting me too. So this next person was Orca. Originally, she was anonymous, but she was brave enough to come out and say who she is. I originally debated being anonymous too, but honestly, I'm just like, fuck it. It's like, what more could happen to me than what I already went through? Like, the worst has happened. If he wants to call me a liar, whatever. Like, I got bigger problems. Alright, so Orca. I don't really remember what happened with Orca. I'm just gonna have to refresh myself. I've just been reading a lot of stuff, so it's kind of slipping from me. Oh yes, so Orca, this is really sus. She wanted a copy of her contract, and Shino, like, wouldn't give it to her. It took so much poking to get her to give her a copy. That is so shitty. Yeah. Eventually, he finally gives it to her, only after a phone call. Yeah, oh my god. Yep, she says the same thing. Guilty has said, Plot has said, Bibli has said, I have said that he talks shit about his other talents. That is so unprofessional. Okay, so this is about the girl that got drugged and blacklisted. So I'm just gonna read that part. He claims he did not... Sorry. Alright. He also claims he got not only his ex-talent Bibli blacklisted from things, but also Imuki, that was the girl that got drugged, blacklisted since they spoke out about something that happened at a party Shino hosted. Again, no screenshots of this as it's word of mouth, but he bragged to people about getting others blacklisted. So you bragged about a victim getting blacklisted. That's so fucked up. What the actual fuck? I've been saying fuck a lot, I'm sorry. When issues happened with talents, he made it seem like the issue that happened was the talent's fault. That's what I've been saying, and not his own fault. Like, man would not know. Oh, he would not own up to anything. I never got a sorry. Maybe in the very beginning he said sorry about something, but no. Yeah, heavily victim blaming. That's the word. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. There are no screenshots of it, but the talent was told by others. I 100% believe it. The sailor suit's fitting. The talent informed Shino that due to their contract ending, and yeah, well, it's fucked up. Is that like sociopath shit, psychopath shit? I think so. If you're in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was basically like, haha, Imuki's blacklisted someone who was a victim. Like, what the fuck? I'm like shaking a bit. The talent informed Shino that due to their contract ending, and the word, in their prior contract, he also made the contract through ChatGPT. Oh my god, I had someone I used to be very close with who would literally do this, and I'm like, dude, you really need to read through this shit. ChatGPT can do something called hallucinating, where it spouts out information that's not correct because it doesn't know about said thing and just makes up shit. Like, oh my god, this man, ChatGPT is not your manager. Okay, so I got a bit. Yes, Orca and Imuki were roofied. Oh my god, I really hope Orca's doing okay too. And he said Orca was stupid and couldn't hold. I remember that. Whose document was that on? Because I might have like skimmed past it because I remember reading. I want to cry. That's horrible. That's okay. girl's stupid because, I don't know, guy was being shitty and did something illegal to her. Like, we shouldn't have to be worried about getting roofied at parties, but nope. Guilty's in mine. Okay, I thought so. Jesus Christ. This man, is this like jail-worthy? Is this jail-worthy? They still offered to pay the base of 500 just because they didn't want to screw him over, which he denied. So they did not steal from him. Okay, so she's the girl. I don't know her pronouns. I apologize if I'm gendering. She's the person that she called out Shino for changing her contract out of nowhere. Thankfully, she read the fine print. This is like, she was on antibiotics that night and had one drink, then water. We saw her. She's not. Oh, poor thing. That's really. Oh God. Thank you for being here too, because there might be some information I misunderstand or misread. So it really does help me not to spread misinformation to all these people. Thank you. How dare you be victimized? Let me. That's what I was thinking. No, you like took the words out of my brain. Honestly, like. Okay, so this is what Orca said. So for my last payment, I'm not going to read all of it. I'm only going to give you your base, which is 500 in the contract, which is sneaky of you to add since it was originally $400 in their contract, as you always stated it. But looking, it says 500 now. Oh my God. I did not talk to a lawyer here in Canada, and by now you worded your contract. I technically do not have to pay you, as I already paid you the Oh my God. Plot, can I ask, how much were you paying this man? Holy shit. $3,000. Bruh! Okay, that's pretty standard, but not okay because he probably didn't do shit for y'all. Oh my God. Okay. This is bad. So, if you guys just want to read, because I am going to have to skim through Orca to get to Bibli, because Bibli has probably the most receipts. Just because she's been compiling so much. And Shino fucking deleted his, like, Shino literally deleted stuff with his other talents all the way from 2022 to the present. Because, yeah, his ass be guilty. He tried to double it at the end. Everyone, oh my God, of course he tried to double it. If he did more for me in the month of February, actually gave me the clips and edits like you said you had, I would be more inclined to do what you're asking. But by law, I do not have to or even have to give you $500. Girl is smart. She did her research. Very, very smart girl. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, but yeah, I did not need to pay you any more. That her contract is up. Yeah, let alone contract's over. She doesn't know shit. Like, so yeah, so this is like a copy of the contract. And he is very inappropriate with his next response. Like, just so you guys could get like a look at it. Just all this stuff about like what their, compensation of services. So okay, I guess that's like 3,000 total, 500 a month. Okay, so I thought I misread it. I got it confused. Yup, 50% of gross goes to income by talent and all source of term. Blah 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 blah. Contract stuff. Look at this reply. Ah, nah, never mind. Don't pay me anything. If that's how you feel, I'd rather take nothing. It's a pleasure to work with you. He basically says, fuck you, Orca. That's what he says here. If you don't feel it was worth it, I personally don't want it. I am so sorry, girl. Like, the fuck? You should not have to put up with any of this. Yep, that's just basically how he acts. Just very petty and inappropriate. 6 hours of the initial... Okay, so... Shino decides to harass Orca at 3 in the morning, calling her at 3 a.m. to try to guilt trip her about this whole thing. I think he's also called Bibli multiple times. I think he also called Bibli's mom. So thank God I did not give him my mother's number. He talked to my mother through Discord. But yeah, he's done similar to Bibli, very inappropriate. Just a whole lot of not okay about this, but this is Orca's stuff. He deletes shit for her. He deletes like a Notion-esque sort of thing he had for her, a notebook server. He deleted her shit. Deleting important documents. I was paranoid he was gonna delete the little bit of documents that I ended up digging and finding, which is why I made copies. I had a bad gut feeling. I wonder if he did delete them. But please go follow Orca. It's so wrong that she went through this, and I am proud of her for coming out and saying who she is, because it's not easy. But yeah, look, Miss Call. And then he subtweets about her. Holy shit. Holy shit, I forgot about it. He subtweets about her. What kind of a manager does this? Lesson of the night. Good friends are worth more than money. If a friend steals from you, forget about it. They did you a favor. I can't. I literally, guys, I can't. I can't. This is just so messed up. This dude should never have been a manager. Who in their right mind made this dude a manager? This sponsor reached out to Shino previously, and he never informed the talent of their interest in sponsoring them. This adds to Bibley's argument number 2, incommunicative, that he did not care to link clients with sponsors. But yeah, and then she breaks free from Shino. And yeah, that's like a very shitty synopsis of what happened. I really encourage you guys to go and read the full thing, because he really deserves to have her story heard, as all the other talents do. Let me grab the link again. Because I am starting to run out of steam. We're on the last talent on this document, Bibley. So we already went through my stuff. Unfortunately, Bibley does not have Twitter anymore. Shino got her banned from Twitter. Shino got her suspended. I actually want to like scroll to that part, like just like F command and see like what that's about. Yeah, Shino's responsible for getting her banned off Twitter. I actually want to try to help her to get her Twitter back, like at least make a new account. I have some ideas. So unfortunately, she wasn't able to speak out on Twitter. She put this out on Blue Sky. I retweeted it on my Blue Sky. But Bibley goes through a shit ton of stuff. She organized it all very beautifully. Prior to fall experience, the experience was positive. I was working as a personal assistant. So yeah, I talked to Bibley a bit on call. She told me that originally she was helping Shino out. She was sort of like a super baby VTuber in terms of not knowing about VTubing, never having done it, and Shino encouraged her to be like a VTuber. I'm pretty sure anyone that's been involved in this document that's in chat, please tell me if I'm like right on that. Make sure that I didn't misunderstand anything, because it's been a lot of reading text, and I'm gonna have to take a break from the screen soon. You'll find the reason he had access to so many of my accounts is because he helped me set him up. He helped me create emails for my business email, my TikTok and YouTube account for my brand, which in our contract stated that I have complete ownership of. Spoiler alert, my lisp is coming out, I'm sorry. He locks her out of like all those accounts as punishment. Gets her banned off Twitter. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. Talks shit about her to other talents. Makes up these stories about her. Yeah. It's just... She didn't want to sign a contract with him again. One of the talents had like a feeling that he was gonna lock her out of like her YouTube, so she changed the password, I think, and then Shino called her out on it. It's like, oh, I guess you were afraid I was gonna do this to you too. Yeah, like the fuck. I forget who that was. I think it might have been either Orc or Guilty. I don't know. If it was you, Plot, I'm sorry. It's just trying to remember everyone's different thing they went through. It's a little challenging for my brain. That was Orca. So Orca sensed that he was going to give her the same treatment, so she was proactive about it and like did it before he could have access, and he got mad at her. He gets mad. You'll notice a theme. He gets mad when he doesn't get his way, and that's when he makes you feel like you're the bad guy, and it's like, well, we can't work together, sayonara. If I had known that as soon as I told him that I was not comfortable signing a new contract, that he was going to hold all my business account hostage, delete my social media presence, threaten me, and speak ill towards me towards other talents, I would have never agreed to sign with him in the first place. I remained silent at the time because I was alone. My heart hurts reading that. He isolated me from his other talents, who were the closest people to me. And thanks to belittling and gaslighting, he made it seem like that my perspective to all this was insignificant and that nobody would ever take my side. This is just abuse. I'm sorry. This is emotional abuse. There's no way to put it lightly. I didn't even confine in my community or make a public statement after I fired him. I chose to go about it quietly and not make a fuss because I didn't think anyone would side with me publicly because to all those amazing connections he claimed to have. So I gotta say something for a moment. So one of the reasons why I'm like, oh, I have to work with Chino, and I bet this isn't even like the full truth. He would tell me, yeah, back in the day, I worked with Iron Mouse and Project Melody. I've managed Suicide JPEG, like the e-girl that cosplays, like telling me like all these big connections he had. And I bet like there's a reason they don't work with him anymore. I thought to myself, like, you had all these like big VTubers you managed, but there's a reason they're not working with you. And this is probably it. And I found out like over half a year and a half later. But yeah, he was telling me like, oh, I work with this person, like, yeah. And probably, I don't know. Anyway, as somebody who's also female, I've mentioned this in the beginning a bit poorly. We're afraid to speak up when men have power because we're afraid that no one will listen to us and say that we're lying. And that's a large reason why I didn't talk about Chino. He made as if he had so much power that he had these big connections, like, oh, what if Iron Mouse like saw what I was going through and thought I was this bad person because Chino says I am. Like, you know, that's why a lot of women victims don't speak up when men have power. Which he doesn't really. Anyway, but yeah, he was dividing her from other talents and talking shit. She had sponsorships that he wasn't fully, like, a lot of the same stuff that some of the other talents said, like, wasn't properly handling sponsorships. Also, go follow Bibli on Blue Sky. If you have a Blue Sky, please go follow her. Literally, like, I just can't believe, like, she got banned off Twitter because of Chino. Also, follow her on Twitch. Her model's, like, really, really cute. And I don't know why. I'm too embarrassed to tell Bibli this, but her voice is so soothing. Like, she has, like, an ASMR voice. Like, I don't know if she does ASMR, but she should totally, like, consider it because she has a type of voice. It's very nice to listen to. But yeah, so yeah, this is like resources I created, sent in my private business server. He deleted her resources, which that's just cruel. Oh wait, I'm not sharing. That's just cruel. That's cruel. That's just fucking cruel. Remove Gmail access from my business accounts, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. That's a lot of social media. I only use, what do I use? I use Twitter, YouTube, Spotify, Twitch. I used to do TikTok. I've been debating going back on TikTok. Heavy on debating. Oh my god. Remains the owner of my IP domain. That's really bad. That is really, really bad. But yeah, so cease and desist letter on December 12th. So Bibli has tried to like take this to court, and Chino has not taken it seriously. I think that's partially what led to the document and all these girls coming together, because he wasn't taking her seriously or respecting her as a person, basically. Their agreement, there's a lot of shots Bibli sent, and Bibli is the reason why I even got involved in this. Again, huge shout out to Bibli, and huge thank you for letting me have a voice on this too. But yeah, this is Alright, so she organizes this into sections. Number 1, treacherous interference. Number 2, incommunication. Number 3, no cliffs. Number 4, accusations. 5, prior talents. Good lord. 6, mod conflict. 7, ignoring mental health. So we're just gonna kind of go through these quickly. Treacherous interference. She puts a definition, which is really helpful. A legal claim that occurs when someone is intentionally damaging another person's business or contractual relationship. It is known as international interference with a contractual relations. I'm choosing to start the end of the relationship is exposed. So holding a business account hostage, accusing me of withholding finances, exhibiting treacherous conduct. Yep, so she throws out that he's like literally breaking laws. But don't believe me, I guess. You started acting weird if you are. It could be due to error in PayPal's end. And I think she's also been accused of stealing money. Plot, if you're still here, what exactly happened with her PayPal? Because my brain's dying, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to end stream very soon. Because I have not eaten in many hours. And also my vision's going blur. But they are getting. I don't want to disclose what's happening, but Tina's gonna be in deep shit soon. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to say what the girls are doing in the background because that's their business. The screenshots below, he tells me I'm not in a command position here. Like I said, this dude just wants to control his talents like puppets. Okay, thank you so much, Plot. You've been so amazing. He wouldn't finish paying a commission that the artist was upset about. Was this when her account went into the negatives? Bibbly paid for it and it overdrafted. Yup! Oh my god, he didn't believe her and wanted to log. So Sino was responsible for making Bibbly's account dip into the negatives, and he's like, okay, prove it. Let me go on your PayPal. Like, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Guys, VTubers, if any other VTubers are listening, please run. If any VTuber manager wants access to all this stuff, wants access to your models, wants access to, like, PayPal, your Twitch, like, please run. Unless you really super duper trust them, but don't. Like, most of the time, don't. I was paying you, wipe my account, please, thank you. If you're done being shady, I can actually explain the thing you've seemed to messed up on, by the way. Oh my god. It's okay, please wipe my account, you sure? If you're going to refuse to give me any rights to my account, then I guess I will have to start over. Because I want to keep a good relationship with you, but this has gone way out of proportion. Let's call for 2 secs, just to show you one thing. I'm not accepting calls. Even if it gets you your 1,000 that you're missing, that couldn't find. I wasn't missing it. I paid for an $1,000 commission. But yeah, this is about the overdrafting of the PayPal commission. And he didn't take her seriously. It was like, okay, prove it. Let me in your PayPal. Like, bro, like, look at the screenshots. Yup, it should stay in the contract. Like, okay, if I'm mad at you, I'm going to have access to this. Right? It's like he's being super shady, yet calling the others shady. Good lord. Okay, so the next one is incommunication, which I've talked a lot about. You've seen a lot from the other talents. In working dynamic we shared, there was double standard of communication. Yup. I was expected to over communicate. Yup. Like literally telling him everything going on in my life, and then for him like not to even acknowledge it. With no response or input to important subjects for weeks. Yup. He would become irritated if I did things without his knowledge, made plans, projects, signed up for any events. Yup, literally, he would get mad at me if I tried to move things. And then be like, Nee, slow down. Like, you're one thing at a time, stop rushing things. And then also get mad and be like, why didn't you do this thing? Why didn't you start this thing? I'm like, you didn't tell me to. And the last time I've tried to move things on my own, you got mad at me. You got annoyed. So this just backs up what I've been trying to say. Especially if it involves sponsorship opportunities. This portion also delves him into hiring 2 of my mods. One is a clipper and one is a paid mod, and not paying one until months later. Then not paying the mod at all. He also owes my community members prizes he offered to pay and never followed. Oh my god. This dude is gonna be in debt for life with how much he owes people. Like, literally for life. Holy shit. Just what the fuck? Guys, like... Yeah, just look at all these screenshots. There are 28 screenshots. My document only had a total of 26 pages. Sorry. There are 28 pages in this. And this isn't all of Bibli's stuff. She has, like, multiple sections that are separated out. I ended up contacting this artist myself, inquiring about his conversation. So, I don't remember which talent it is. I think it might be Bibli. But literally, she was working with someone, and an artist canceled on her because the artist was like, "Hey, I don't feel comfortable around your manager and how he handles things, so we're going to have to cancel our commission. But I have nothing against you." I'm pretty sure that was Bibli. I could be wrong. I've just been reading a lot, guys. I've just been reading a lot. He continued to work, not do anything for me for 2.5 months after the contract ended. It's like, well, our contract ended, so I don't owe you shit. Yeah, that's not how it works. I requested to work in a group chat that graphic I had... My brain is having a stroke. I requested in a group chat that graphic I made is not reused for other clients. His response, delete it? Delete it, Bibli. I'll deal with it. I don't think it should be a problem if he sees that, but okay. I don't get what the big deal is. I'm not mad at him. I'm just telling him texts come off cross differently. Oh my god, this is... I'm so sorry, Bibli, you're so strong. Very vaguely messaged me about inconsideration availability. Oh my god. There's just, guys, there's so much. There's so much. There's 28 screenshots. Oh, he talked to Jay. She has a Jay screenshot. I would say anything, just feel free to help Bibli and Amelisa. Amelisa's did a crap ton to help me with everything behind the scenes and has helped Bibli, Waifu, and Naru. Naru is also CC. I don't think you've set me up with... Oh my god! He did the same thing that was done to me. Not hooking me up with people and just throwing it. So... I guess Jaden didn't know about... Oh my god, I could be misreading this. Okay, no clips. This is very self-explanatory, but also an important read if you're going to read Bibli stuff. My brain's capped. It's going bye-bye. But clips that aren't handed in. He proceeds to blame me for my content being stagnant. Basically blames her for not being entertaining enough. He's literally told all of that He's told all of the... My brain. He's literally said the same thing to all of us. That we're not entertaining enough. Our community doesn't clip us. Like, it's our fault. Like... Yep. So that's that one. Accusations. I need water. Going backwards, this is a financial accusation of hiding money and evidence of him insisting to get access to my personal PayPal login. Mega shady. Not my business account. Given that he stole my business accounts after a confrontation, I'm grateful that I did not give him access to my personal PayPal, as I would likely not have received access back into it. That is... It's not like a crime. That's like a fucking crime. What is the current status of the PayPal situation? Still working to pay this off by myself. That's so bad. That is so bad, guys. That is so bad. Oh my god. Yup. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I said he called her mom. He proceeded to call my mother, which... He was given the number of in case of emergency, as I do have a panic disorder. She also has Hashimoto's, which she also talks about. And if my attacks get bad. She did not answer. She did not recognize his name. Oh my god. You began to speak lies about other talents. Like, guys, this is just everything I've been saying. He talks badly about other talents and, like, tries to put us against each other. But yeah, this is his girlfriend getting all paranoid. Like, oh, you guys don't like me? Do I stress you out? Like, sorry if I stressed you out. How have you never stressed me out? Just wanted to make sure, hun. Ugh, I hate when unless hun is a part of a person's vocabulary, it comes off so passive-aggressive when another woman uses this word with me. I didn't realize I was stressing them out. No one told me. But yeah, this is just his girlfriend being paranoid and a bit weird. I texted Plotty after this conversation. She told me she hadn't spoken to Guilty in weeks due to them being busy. I wasn't sure how word spread that I or anyone was annoyed with Amelisa, so Sheena and Amelisa were causing problems. Sheena was saying to other talents, like, remember that whole phone call I played with Plot when he's like, do you guys just hate Amelisa or what? Like, why didn't you retweet her debut? Why do you guys treat her like an annoying little sister? Like, why don't, like, she thinks you guys don't like her. She thinks she's being ignored. Like, I don't know, guys. I just... my brain is crashing out. What is the word? I don't know. But yeah. Just goes through a panic attack, makes it worse. Prior talents. So yeah, this is all what I've said, guys. Like, he talks about other talents' business. This is what he does. So yeah, this is all of it. Yeah. Mod conflict. There was a large debate about the behavior of a prior talent, a mod that I had. Please understand that this was water under the bridge for me. I'm not trying to highlight the mod's past behavior. This is to highlight the communication and responses of me informing my manager that my ex-community member made me uncomfortable, and me expressing my concern that he may do the same thing he did to me with other talents of people I consider friends. So this is that situation. So yeah, Sheena was just not very helpful. I am so sorry to Bibli, but I am going to have to call it a night in a moment. So this is where she goes into her condition, having Hashimoto's disease. It's a hormone imbalance. It's something she's incredibly open about. Like, huge respect for that. Oh, thank you so much, Hi-Ho. I hope you're doing okay. I really appreciate. I did not expect this many people that knew about this to come out from Twitter, because I was pretty low key about this stream, because I don't know, it's pretty scary. Like, I'm not a drama channel. I want to make it clear. This is the first time I've ever covered drama on my channel. Like, I hope you guys don't expect me to become like a drama reporter, because I hate to disappoint you. I hope to never have to do this again. But yeah, the most I'll ever do is go on Reddit and just read people's like drama stories. I haven't done that in a long time, but this is not going to be a thing that happens often. I just need to make that clear. But yeah, using her mental health against her, making her feel bad about it. I also want to mention this case that needs backing. I'm just highlighting this to make it easier in my eyes, but I really don't think it does. How highly inappropriate his messages to me were regarding my discomfort. Ooh, okay, I have to talk about this. He says something so creepy. I don't care if you're a lewd tuber. You do not talk to... Okay, sorry. I don't care if you're a manager working with a lewd tuber. You do not talk to a lewd tuber like this. Fucking creepy. So, because of her hormonal condition, she has trouble doing streams and doesn't really want to do them because she's not in the right headspace. And this is literally what Chino has to say about that. I'm going to scroll to it. I'm going to find it. Because this was just creepy. This is so creepy. Alright, let me just try to search up the word. Okay, so... yeah, so... right here. I was seeking to grant me that disclosure, and you will see that he inquired about me not being sexually stimulated recently. So yeah, like, she doesn't really want to do a Fansly stream, and then Chino's just like, so are you just not sexually stimulated? Like, what? That's so creepy! That's so creepy! Page 15, thank you. Okay. That's so fucking creepy. I have to show you guys this. I would fire a manager if they spoke to me like that. Like, I'm going to be straight up. Like, I've started to venture into the lewd tuber arc. I am also a lewd tuber. I've just started to be one part-time from just being a regular Twitch streamer. That is not grounds to just talk to a lewd tuber like that. That is not okay. Page 15. Or did you say... Are you sure it's page 15? Page 15. Okay, a situation where I spoke to Sheeta about my mental health regarding a lewd donothom. He came off insensitively, and girl, this is creepy. And creepy. The lewd streams make me really anxious. I'm starting to feel like 3 days was a bad idea. Why don't we focus on tonight, and then we'll decide after about tomorrow. Ideally, I want to have a day off each time for that reason. I want to get to the sexually stimulated line. Oh my god, this is it. So... Pipili says, I just don't have the drive to actually do it. Because of my low drive, it intimidates me for some reason. I totally get it. I get it. Mine's all over the place. Like, that's why I don't do those streams every week. Yeah. Just haven't been that sexually stimulated recently. What? Who talks? What kind of manager talks like this? This is creepy. I'm sorry. If I was a manager, if I was a guy, I would say, I understand. You don't have to talk about it anymore. I get it. Negative 100,000 aura points were lost. Oh my god. And he's basically saying like, oh, can't you try to think of stuff that would get you in the mood? That's not how it works. That is not how it works. That's not how it works, especially if medications are affecting you. That is not how it works. But everyone, this is Bibli's document. I really encourage you to go read everyone here. Even if it's just to skim everyone apart from me. At least give them a skim. Oh my god. That's the document. I'm done covering it. And if someone could shout out Bibli, I would really appreciate it. Oh my god. I did it. 4 hours. I didn't expect this to take 4 hours. We're actually going to raid one of the talents in this document in a moment. Oh my god, but please go follow Bibli on Twitch. I hope maybe we could collab with each other someday if the time is right. Oh, thank you. Oh, Plot, it's okay. We all work at different places. I just kind of had a speed run towards the end because I feel like I'm about to faint very soon. I'm fine. I'm going to eat after this, but Plot, you've been amazing. Thank you so much. And guys, all Plots in the chat. Can we please have a shout out? Okay, Plot, I have a question. I'm sorry if it was weird for me to ask this in DM. Did you have the VTuber tag perchance? Because the reason why I asked that, so you may not know this about me because we just met, but towards the end of 2024, I started getting banned from Twitch every single month. This is when I would do streams like this, and ever since I took the VTuber tag off my Twitch, it's been over half a year since I've been banned. I personally think they go and witch hunt people. Twitch staff witch hunts people who have the VTuber tag, because I was literally trying to figure out what was getting me banned, because Twitch hasn't withheld their promise that they were going to be telling people why they got banned. They still haven't done that. And yeah, I don't know. Ever since I took that tag away, I don't face bans anymore. And if you're a VTuber, I highly encourage you to not even use it, because there is something fishy going on with that tag. Yeah, like what the fuck? I checked your band and like the content that you talked about. So reading a document is too sexy. Actually, I don't know what happened that stream, but I did see what you were banned for, and I didn't believe it. I'm like, that probably didn't happen. Nothing close to that. But I'm happy you got unbanned. I've also never seen a 1-day ban before. I've never seen that before. All my bans, my first one was like 3 days that got appealed. My second one, 7 days that got appealed. And the last two I got, which were rejected, were all 7 days. But yeah, guys, that's the whole document. I can't believe I got through all that. And I can't even say that truly, because I ended up having to paraphrase a lot of the people and my own. Guys, thank you so much. I feel I'm gonna fall over, but I'm going to raid Guilty Thorns she was the document that had that call with Shino. Who she was the one that Shino wanted the model from, and she wouldn't give it to him, and then he just drops her. So I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to raid her. I'm going to say hi to her, and then I'm going to hibernate for the rest of the night. You guys have been so amazing. Thank you. This was kind of a scary stream to do. I mean, I was afraid. I also wasn't afraid. I felt very mixed about the whole thing, just emotionally, because I don't know, I don't typically do drama content. Let's see if this works. Yay, it actually worked. It never works when I do that. All right, so we're gonna raid Guilty. I want you guys to give her so much love. My model is freaking out. All right, so my model just froze. Guys, thank you so much. You guys have been so amazing. All right, go give Guilty love. Go do it. I'll see you guys in a moment. Bye.